Hello, word nerds. Welcome to this episode of the podcast called The Dictionary. You found it. You're here. You did it. You made it. You can stop searching for your favorite podcast. This is the one. I really wanted to have a guest on this episode. I was talking to my brother-in-law who has, I think he has his master's in library science. And so there's a specific word here that I wanted him to be here to talk about, but scheduling-wise, it just didn't work out, so I'm recording this quite a bit later than the next handful of episodes, just in case we were going to make it work, but we didn't, so I'm coming back to it. I'm just going to talk about it on my own, but I'll definitely get him on an episode in the future. Something maybe library-related, book-related, maybe trains. He loves trains. So we'll get him on eventually, for sure. It's been... I've been doing this for almost 4 years, and he hasn't been on yet. So I have a huge list of people I want to get on this show, and it's just hard to find the time. Let's talk about the first word in this episode, which is devour. D-E-V-O-U-R. This one is a transitive verb from the 14th century. 1. To eat up greedily or ravenously. Devour. There's you don't even care. You're like, I just need to scarf this food down so quickly, as quick as possible. Get it in the gullet, into the belly. I'm hungry. You can't have any. I worked with somebody who said that he grew up in a house with a lot of kids, and they would just have to eat their food so fast. They would have to devour their food, because if you didn't, then somebody else would. And I'm very grateful I did not live in a house like that, because I like to just be a little more casual. I used to eat fast, but I forced no, just be cool, man. Be cool with your food. Eat slow. Don't devour it. Number 2, to use up or destroy, as if by eating, as in, we are devouring the world's resources. Yes, we are. Has there been much of a change in the last 100 years? I don't know if we've slowed down at all, but GBs, we sure are devouring the world's resources. The water, the coal, the oil, the other things. The things that are not quite so renewable or quickly renewable. We need to be using more of the sun, of the wind, of the energy from water, instead of all those other things. Yes, use up or destroy, as if by eating. It's like we are eating them up into our faces, and then that's it. Then it's just gone. Number 3, to prey upon, as in devoured by guilt. So, to prey upon, so I guess in that case, the guilt is devouring you. The guilt is preying upon you. And, if you did something bad, then you might feel devoured by guilt. It's coming to eat you up. Number 4, to enjoy avidly, as in devour books. This is not eating books. Please don't eat books. I know people like to eat paper, but we need our books. It's not going to help your system if you eat books. This is reading books. I am not a devourer of books. I do like books. I have books, but I don't read them often. This is the only book I read, really. I have some books next to my bed that I have been meaning to read, but I just haven't gotten around to them. So, if you are a book lover, an avid reader, you like to devour the books. Devourer is a noun. Let's see. This is from Latin, devorare, which is from de plus vorare, which means to devour. It's to devour. Oh, but what does it mean when you put the de in front of it? Is it still to devour? What's the difference? And there is more at the word voracious. I never even thought that voracious and devour meant the same thing, but if you're a voracious reader, you are devouring books. It makes sense. Let's move on to the next word, because that's all I got to say about devour. I remember my sound effect. We're going to try. Oop, failed. Yep, nope, can't do it. We'll just do that. Okay, the next word is devout. Adjective from the 13th century. 1. Devoted to religion or to religious duties or exercises. You just love all the religious-y things, and so you are devoted to that. Or you can be, number 2, expressing devotion or piety, as in a devout attitude. You're expressing devotion. And I think piety, that's still kind of in the religious world, isn't it? Maybe not technically, but that's how I think of it. 3A, devoted to a pursuit, belief, or mode of behavior. The synonyms are serious and earnest, as in a devout baseball fan. So they are really, really devoted to the pursuit of baseball, the belief of baseball. They believe in baseball, or the mode of behavior of baseball. And they're very serious about it. There's another example, born a devout coward. That is a quote from G.B. Shaw. So, a devout coward, does that mean that you were just really devoted to being a coward? You don't want to be anything else. You don't want to be brave. It's the pursuit of cowardice, the belief of cowardice, the mode of being a coward. Who was G.B. Shaw talking about? 3B, warmly sincere, as in a devout wish for peace. Yeah, you're really, really devoted to peace. And so you are a devout. Devoutly is an adverb, and devoutness is a noun. And, it says this is from the Latin verb devour, but it doesn't say what that means. I guess it just means devout, probably. I don't know why they couldn't tell us that. That must be it. The next word. Do. Do or dew. D-E-W, the first of the D-E-W words, which are only going to last through the end of this episode. Noun, from before the 12th century. 1. Moisture condensed upon the surfaces of cool bodies, especially at night. So what happens is that at nighttime, it gets cooler. Maybe we're talking about grass. That's a common example of where dew is, or other plants. And they get cold, and then I guess as it starts to warm up, I may have this backwards. As it starts to warm up, there's some water that condenses onto them. The change of temperature in the air when it goes from cold to warm, like if you pull out something from the freezer or the fridge and you put it on the thing, like maybe you could put a cup, a glass in there, a water bottle, and you put it on the counter. When it warms up, there's all this condensation. That's a similar scientific process to dew, but we don't call it condensation when we're talking about the plants, the flowers, the trees, the grass. You come out in the morning and all the grass is wet. It's dew. What is it doing? Number 2, something resembling dew in purity, freshness, or power to refresh. Well, I don't even know what that would be. There's no example. But yes, I guess dew would be pure. It's just pure water. 3, moisture, especially when appearing in minute droplets. These droplets are very, very tiny. And that's what dew looks like. Just little droplets usually. So any sort of moisture of small droplets, it seems like dew, so we call it dew. And examples of these are 3A, tears. That's the synonym. 3B, the synonym, is sweat. And 3C, droplets of water produced by a plant in transpiration. Transpiration? Is that like respiration but for plants? And they produce droplets of water? Whoa, I didn't know plants do this. Yeah, so if you're crying or sweating or both, and then you have little droplets of these tears or sweat all over your body, then it looks like you have dew on you. You have dewed. You have been dewed. There is dew. Dew is a transitive verb, so you are doing the dew, and dewless is an adjective. So if you are sweating, you are not dewless. You are dewful. So there's the drink, Mountain Dew. It's, when you really think about what those words are, it just sounds very very nice and calm, but the drink is anything but. This is from Old English, D-E-A-W, dew. It is akin to the Old High German tau or tu, which means do, from the Greek word thein, which means to run, and I have no idea why or how that word is related to do. Oh, I have to move because my back hurts, and that sucks. Okay, the next word. It is do again, all caps, abbreviation for distant early warning. And I don't know what context that would be, but I would think it would be maybe, planes was the first thing I thought of, but I am not sure if that's an early warning, maybe a missile system or something, or maybe just some other thing. Moving on. The next word is doer. Doer or dewer. D-E-W-A-R. Noun from 1939. A glass or metal container made like a vacuum bottle that is used especially for storing liquefied gases. And this is also called Dewar flask. So it's a metal container made like a vacuum bottle, and you put in liquefied gases. So you take a gas and then you cool it down to a temperature where it's a liquid instead of a gas. And then you use this thing called a dewar to hold it. And it's named after Sir James Dewar. So he was probably just the one who invented this. And it is often capitalized. Maybe I can store something in a dewar. Please don't store any farts in a dewar. Can you liquefy a fart? Can you cool it down so it's a liquid? What's a liquid fart? I don't want to know. Why are we talking about this? Let's move on. The next word is de-water. De-water. Transitive verb from circa 1909, to remove water from. And de-waterer is a noun. I wish that it could give me an example of what you might be using this in, because I don't want to de-water my body. When you pee, you are technically probably de-watering yourself. If there's a thing that has some water in it and you don't want the water in it and you can get rid of the water, you are de-watering and you are being a de-waterer. But I don't know where they use this. And apologies if my voice is a little bit raw. I was working all day and I was talking with a bunch of people, and it's the end of the day and I already recorded an episode, so this is what you get. The next word. Dewberry or dewberry. Noun from circa 1578. 1. Any of several sweet edible berries related to and resembling blackberries. Number 2. A trailing or decumbent bramble that bears dewberries. And the genus name of this is rubus. Rubus? Something like that. So it doesn't say why they're called dewberries, but I assume that in the morning people would come to pick them, and they say, "Oh, they have all this dew on them on these berries." But I don't know. It's different than a blackberry. What should we call it? Well, it has dew on it. Maybe it has more dew than the other ones, so let's call it a dewberry. And it resembles a blackberry. So if you know what that looks like, then you know what a dewberry looks like. The next word, dewclaw or dewclaw. This is one word. Noun from 1576. A vestigial digit not reaching to the ground on the foot of a mammal. Also, a claw or hoof terminating such a digit. And it says to see the cow illustration. So, a lot of animals, they have their hoof or their paw that goes on the ground, and they got some toes. But then a lot of them, if you look up the back of it, maybe like where the ankle would be or higher than the ankle, there's another little thing there. I think cats have this. I feel like I should know this. I feel like they have. I mean, I know they have some sort of thing in the back, but yeah, it's just another claw that just doesn't go all the way to the ground, and I don't know why, and it doesn't say why it's called a dew claw. Doesn't say anything about that, so we may have to put a link in the show notes so you can learn about why dew claw. It's a claw that I don't know. It doesn't have anything to do with the water on the plants in the morning. I don't know what it is. The next word, dewdrop. And I can sort of do it if I like flick my cheek. It's not great. Let's see if we can do it. Kind of. I gotta practice. My friend Sam is very good at it. Okay, dewdrop. Noun from the 13th century. It's just a drop of dew. Maybe you can find in the morning, maybe in spring, when the nights get a little colder, but the days are nice and warm. You can go out in the morning before the sun has evaporated all the dew, and you can look at a piece of grass or a flower, maybe the stem or a leaf of a flower, and there might be a dewdrop. And then you can put it on the head of an ant. And it goes like this. The next word is Dewey Decimal Classification. 3 words, and Dewey is capitalized. And this, of course, is the one that I wanted to have my brother-in-law for, but he can't. He can't do it, and I won't let him. Noun from 1924, almost 100 years ago. A system of classifying books and other publications whereby main classes are designated by a 3-digit number and subdivisions are shown by numbers after a decimal point, and it is called also Dewey Decimal System. And this is named after Melville Dewey, who is probably the one who invented this whole thing. So I think that when I was younger, they taught us this because this was all we had in our libraries. If you found things with the Dewey Decimal System, and there was the whole like card catalog thing, I think. And obviously libraries still use this, but I suspect that most younger people aren't completely aware of what it is or why it is or anything. And so I will put a link in the show notes so you can learn more about this Dewey Decimal Classification System, which I do think is pretty genius. But I'm also going to read to you what the main classifications are. So if you go to the library and you go to the 000 section, you are going to find books that are related to computer science, information, and just general works. So anything that starts with 000 and goes up to, I guess, 099, That's all computer science, information, and general works. And there are subclassifications. So, like, I think 010 would be a certain section and 020 would be another section, but they're all still under the topic of computer science, information, and general works. Okay. The next one is 100. So, anything that starts with a 1 is philosophy and psychology. And again, subtopics are probably going to be 110, maybe even 111. There's a lot. So it opens up the option. You can have 100 subcategories, which is quite a lot. And then it did say here that there are, after the decimal, so it's like 100 decimal. And then I think there are 2. Now, it says subdivisions are shown by number after decimal point. So I guess there are even more subdivisions after the decimals, and I think there's usually maybe 2 digits after the decimal. But yeah, anyway, we're just going through the topics. I may have some of this wrong. 200s, the 200s are religion. A fascinating section. The 300s are the social sciences. The 400s are language. The 500s are pure science. The 600s are technology. The 700s are art, the arts and recreation. And that is the section that I always ended up in. Anytime I was looking for something, anything, I swear, 95% of the time, I ended up in the 700s. So I was like, oh, I guess the 700s are my section because it's arts and recreation. The 800s are literature, and the 900s are history and geography. So theoretically, all the topics of all the books that you can possibly come up with would be in one of these 10 categories. Now, is that true? Still, I'm not sure. I don't know all the details. That's why I'm going to send you to the link, and that's why I should have had a guest on. But yeah, if you don't know what this thing is, here's a practical example of how the digits, the 3 digits, and the decimals are used. So 500, the 500s are pure science, but more specifically, this says natural sciences and mathematics. 510 is mathematics. So I guess math is under pure science. 510 is mathematics. 516, this is more subcategory. 516 is specifically geometry. 516.3 is analytic geometries. 516.37 is metric differential geometries, which is, I guess, a subcategory of analytic geometries. And then 516.375 is Finsler geometry. So you can see how we have 6 different places. I mean, this opens up for hundreds of thousands of subcategories to get more and more specific about a topic. I love it. I love how just organized it is. It's great. All right. We still have some more words to talk about. So, the next word. Dewfall. Noun from 1622. It's just formation of dew. Also, the time when dew begins to deposit. So, is that the time of day or the time of year? Maybe both. Maybe, I would assume that it's a morning time sometimes. Oh, it's dewfall. It's the time of the dew. But then you're not going to see dew year-round. You might see dew starting maybe in March or something like that. So I guess that would also be dewfall. The next word. Dewlap. Noun, from the 14th century, 1. Loose skin, hanging under the neck of an animal. And it says to see the cow illustration. So the cow's got a dew claw and they have a dew lap. Don't know why it's called a dew lap. Number 2. Loose flesh on the human throat. Haha. Dew lapped is an adjective. So when people get old and they start to get saggy and maybe a little overweight, underneath their mouth, underneath their jaw, you got all the skin that's hanging down there. And then especially if they lose the weight, then it's even there more. And you got a dewlap. I hope I never get a dewlap, but I probably will, because that's just how bodies work. The next word. Deworm. Transitive verb from 1926. To rid of worms. Get rid of the worms. The example of the thing that might have the worms is a dog, because they get worms. We also have the synonym, which is the number 4 definition for the word worm. The word worm. Dewormer is a noun. Dew point is next. 2 words, noun from 1826. The temperature at which a vapor, like water, begins or would begin to condense. So this is what we were talking about. If you cool down a gas to become a liquid, the dew point is the part where it becomes liquid. So this is literally, so it's called dew point. It doesn't say this, but we can figure it out. Because I guess at night, now maybe it's opposite. Maybe the dew appears when it gets cold, because maybe it's a gas in the air. And then as it gets colder, it says, I can't be a gas anymore. I have to be a liquid because I'm cold now. And then it becomes a liquid, and it just falls on all the things that are outside, like the grass. And so the temperature where it goes from a gas to a liquid is the dew point. But we're not just talking about water here. It could be just any vapor, but it's usually water. The next word. Dew worm. Now, this is not deworm. This is dew worm, which is 2 words, noun from 1599, and the synonym is just nightcrawler, which is a worm, which, I mean, I guess it's called a dew worm because it crawls at night, and maybe that's when the dew is created. The next word. Dewy. Dewy, dewy, dewy. D-E-W-Y, adjective from before the 12th century. Number 1, moist with, affected by, or suggestive of dew, as in dewy grass. 2, synonyms are innocent and unsophisticated, as in from a dewy bride to an ill-mannered murderous courtesan. Wow, that's an evolution. That is a quote from Melvin Gussow. Gussow? I don't know how to say his name, his last name, his word. Innocent and unsophisticated. What? I'm trying to think of why this word means that. I don't know. Dewily is an adverb, and dewiness is a noun. Let's see. Yeah, and if you are crying or sweating, you would be dewy, glistening and dewy. There is a sound that I learned to make with my mouth. I should have done that for this episode. And then recently I was watching Bob's Burgers, and they were doing it in that episode as well. And so not everybody hears this, but basically you put your hand up to your mouth in a fist and you raise up your pinky so the sound can get through, and you say with your mouth to your thumb and index finger, you say the word girl, but because of the way the sound travels through your hand, if you listen to the higher pitches, it sounds like you're saying dewy. So I'm going to do it now, but I don't know if you're going to be able to hear, if you'll be able to tell or hear the actual dewy sound. But boy, I learned this when I was maybe in junior high or something, and I just couldn't get enough of it. So let's see if this works.
Girl, girl, girl. Girl,
Girl, girl, girl, girl. And then, of course, if you raise the pitch of your voice, it's going to raise the pitch of the high frequencies even higher. Girl, 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 girl. Girl, girl, girl. I hope you can hear the very high-pitched dewy. The next and last word, dewy-eyed. Dewy-eyed. Like your eye, your eyeballs, E-Y-E-D. Adjective from 1938. Naively innocent and trusting, as in a dewy-eyed optimist. I guess this might have to do something with crying or tearing up, but I don't know why somebody who is naively innocent or trusting would be tearing up and crying. I don't know. It's a funny phrase. All right, quickly, let's reread the words. We had devour, devout, dew, D-E-W, doer, dew-water, no, D-water, dewberry, dewclaw, dewdrop, Dewey Decimal Classification, dewfall, dewlap, deworm, dewpoint, dewworm, dewy, and dewy-eyed. Obviously, there were some really just stunning words in this episode. I wish I could give them all first place, but I have to pick Dewey Decimal Classification as the words of the episode because I went through it. It's just a really fantastic, genius way to organize all the books and the things. Maybe if you are a devourer of books, you have lots of books, and then maybe you should set up your own Dewey Decimal System. Maybe you use the 3-digit number thing, or maybe you can make up your own. Yeah. Let's see. Dewey Decimal Classification song time. Maybe we can read the things that they are. Here are the categories for the Dewey Decimal Classification System. The zeros are... This is going to be so dumb. My favorite section of the Dewey Decimal System is the 700s, because it's all about the arts and recreation. 700 is the arts, 701 is philosophy and theory of fine and decorative arts. Oh my God, there's a lot. I clicked on the 700 on this link and it just goes on forever. Not forever, but wow, even... Yeah, it's all about recreation too. So like 790 is sports, games, entertainment, hunting, games of skill. Oh man, I should read through this. We got instruments. 780 is music. 770 is photography, computer art, film, video. 760 is printmaking. 750 is painting. 740 is graphic arts, decorative arts. 730 is sculpture, ceramics, metalwork. 720 is architecture. 710 is area planning and landscape architecture. There's so much. I sort of did a song in there. These episodes are getting so long. Thank you for listening. I do appreciate you who are here, and I think you should go tell the other people. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. I am your host, Spencer, and I am reading this book until I cannot do it anymore. And then, we talk about the stuff. The first word in this episode is dex, D-E-X, the very first of the D-E-X words, and there won't be a whole lot. All the words in this episode are D-E-X, and then we have a few in the next episode as well. And there may or may not have been a guest in the previous episode. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not. Yeah, dex, D-E-X, noun from 1961. It is the sulfate of dextroamphetamine. Are we going to see dextroamphetamine in here? Is it in tomorrow's episode? Yes, it is. Dextroamphetamine. So the sulfate of that is just dex. The sound effect shall be wee wee wee. The next word is all caps D-E-X-A, abbreviation for dual energy X-ray Absorptiometry. Absorptiometry, or is it absorptiometry? Not sure how they say that word. DEXA. What do they use DEXA in? Something with x-rays and it's got double the energy or dual energy. Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes for DEXA. The next word. Dexamethasone. Methazone. Noun from 1958. A synthetic glucocorticoid, C22H29F05, used especially as an anti-inflammatory agent. Dexamethasone. What is this from? Let's see. Well, dexa is a blend of deca and hexa, and then there's methyl, and then there's A, which is perhaps from pregnane, which is a parent compound of corticoid hormones, and then the sone, like in cortisone. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 portions to this word. Don't know what it is. Anti-inflammatory agent. Makes less inflammation. Next. Dexedrine or dexedrine with a capital D. This is a trademark and it is used for a preparation of the sulfate of dextroamphetamine. It's the second time we have seen that word already in this episode. Dexedrine helps to make the dextroamphetamine. The next word. Dexfenfluramine. The second syllable is emphasized. Dexfenfluramine. Dexfenfluramine. I like to say that word. Dexfenfluramine. This one is a noun from 1987. The dextrorotatory form of fenfluramine, formerly used to treat obesity, but withdrawn due to its association with heart valve disease. And it says compare to fen, which is FEN-PHEN. I have heard of this. Never knew that it was dexfenfluramine. But yeah, it's maybe it helped people lose weight, but I have my issues with taking drugs for something like that, especially when they're going to cause heart valve disease. That's just not a good thing. Nobody wants that. Nope, not at all. I think the very first thing to try if you need to lose weight, if you want to lose weight, is to change your diet. First and foremost, change your diet. Get rid of the sody pop. Minimize the sugar. Minimize the carbs, probably. Also, bring in more veggies. Minimize or completely cut out the dairy. Minimize or completely cut out the meat. Oh, there's lots of things. Those are the biggest. Drink more water. Eat more veggies and beans and things. Yep. I shall take any excuse to do that. And then, of course, exercise. Get that heart rate going up. Work on those muscles, the muscles. The next word. Dexies. Dexies. Noun from 1956. This is slang. I was wondering if this might be slang. It is tablets or capsules of the sulfate of dextroamphetamine. I don't know anything about dextroamphetamine. We've seen it 3 times already. Can't wait to see what it says in tomorrow's episode. So, as we saw, the very first word in this episode was dex. It is the sulfate of dextroamphetamine. And so I guess if people are taking capsules or tablets or pills of that, they're taking the dexies. Have you taken your dexies today? Nope, I still gotta take my dexies. Yeah, I don't know. Because amphetamine is in the name, I'm going to guess this might not be something that people should be taking except ordered by a doctor. The next word. Dexter. Dexter. Abbreviation, no. Adjective, my brain did some things there. It's an adjective from 1562. 1. Relating to or situated on the right. Interesting. The etymology does not say what I thought it might say. We'll get there, don't worry. Number 2, being or relating to the side of a heraldic shield at the right of the person bearing it. So somebody's holding onto a shield, and then if they're holding it on their right side, relating to the side of the heraldic shield at the right of the person. So maybe a person has two shields. Don't know why they would need two shields, unless they're a pacifist and they're not going to go attack anybody with a sword. But so they got a shield. The shield that's on the right side, I guess, is the Dexter shield, the Dexter heraldic shield. Maybe, but it's talking about the side of the shield. So is the right side of the shield, is that I don't know. Maybe the left side of the shield is something different. That's a little confusing. Dexter is also an adverb. So it says that this is a Latin word. It is akin to the Old High German word zesso, which means situated on the right. Also from the Greek dexios. But it doesn't say that the Latin word, I think, means right or on the right. But we are going to see that in a different word coming up. I'm not sure why they wouldn't put it on this word. But maybe they're like, they'll get it in the next couple of words. So we're going to put some Old High German information in here. The next word. Yeah, well, so we're here. We could talk about it. And I've mentioned this before. Dexter from the show Dexter, I think he was named Dexter because he is doing the thing that is right, that is good. Well, if you don't know, he kills the bad people. He doesn't kill the good people, he kills the bad people. So he is the right kind of person that we want to be killing people. He's the right kind of serial killer. So he's Dexter. Oh, we love you, Dexter. Will there be more? Not sure. Maybe with somebody else and not you. The next word. Dexterity. Dexterity. Noun from 1518. 1. Mental skill or quickness. And the synonym is adroitness. It's much more fun to say dexterity. Adroitness is kind of a weird word, but maybe that's fun to say too. Mental skill or quickness. As you can tell, I do not have the dexterity of the brain more often than not because I cannot think of the right words to say. Even though my brain does know them, I just can't pull them out of nowhere. Number 2, readiness and grace in physical activity, especially skill and ease in using the hands, as in manual dexterity. I think I'm okay with manual dexterity, but I am not the most physically graceful person, so, I don't think I really have the physical dexterity either. This is, it's a very similar etymology, but this is different than the right. This is how dexterous you are. I just gave you a sneak peek at the next word. So the etymology, it still says it's from the Latin dexter, but it doesn't really say a whole lot more than that. Why is this about your adroitness or your readiness or your grace? How is that related to the word right? I don't know. Maybe we'll learn in this next one. Dexterous or dexterous. Dexterous. So it's Dexterous, or you can take out the E. So that's dexterous. Adjective from 1609. 1. Mentally adroit and skillful. Synonym is clever, as in her dexterous handling of the crisis. She was very good and cool and did her job very well and was very clever and probably creative in how she handled the crisis. We need people who are dexterous, who can handle the pressure in a crisis. Number 2, done with dexterity. If a thing is done with dexterity, it has been done dexterously. That's an adverb. Haven't gotten there yet. The synonym is the word artful, as in a dexterous maneuver. Maybe it's like a stunt plane flyer pilot, and they're doing loop-de-loops and corkscrews and things. So they are a dexterous pilot. 3, skillful and competent with the hands, as in a dexterous surgeon. And I am starting to have an idea of where this word may have come from. So yeah, here we go. Latin dexter, which means on the right side, and it also means skillful. So because most people are right-handed, I guess if somebody was good with their hands, they just talked about them essentially being right-handed. Their skill was on the right side of their body, and so maybe that's where this is coming from, I guess. That's the only thing I can think of. We've got some synonym information for dexterous. Dexterous, adroit, and deft mean ready and skilled in physical movement. Dexterous implies expertness with consequent facility and quickness in manipulation, as in, unrolled the sleeping bag with a dexterous toss. I don't think that really takes a whole lot of skill to unroll a sleeping bag. No. That's not. If you maybe pulling the tablecloth from the table without spilling anything, that might be a dexterous toss or a dexterous pull. Adroit implies dexterity, but usually also stresses resourcefulness or artfulness or inventiveness, as in the magician's adroit response to the failure of her prop won applause. So she was very smart and quick and inventive, and that's why we use the word adroit. Deft, D-E-F-T. This one emphasizes lightness, neatness, and sureness of touch or handling, as in a surgeon's deft manipulation of the scalpel. They are very good with their fingies. Dexterously is an adverb, which I did say, and dexterousness is a noun. Dexterous. Am I dexterous in anything? I don't know. I can sort of draw. I guess I'm dexterous at reading the dictionary out loud, because most people don't know how to do that. I learned that the hard way when I would ask people to do it, and I would have to explain everything. But you know what? Everybody reads it their own way. I'm really good at reading it my way. My way. Okay, we have to move on to the next word. Dexter, dextro. This is a prefix, D-E-X-T-R, or it has an O. Number 1 means right or on or toward the right. Right or on or toward the right, as in dextro-rotatory. And that fun word is going to be in tomorrow's episode. Number 2, this one is usually dextro, and it means dextro-rotatory, as in the example, dextroamphetamine. So the word dextroamphetamine, the prefix actually means dextro-rotatory, but the prefix in that word means right or on or toward the right. It's a fascinating little thing of Russian dolls. What are those called? Russian nesting dolls? There's another name, I think. Moving on to the next word. Dextral. D-E-X-T-R-A-L. Adjective from 1646. It means of or relating to the right or inclined to the right. As A, it is the number 3 definition for the word right-handed. So if you are right-handed, and there's a good chance that 90% of you, 50 people, are dextral. And so what would that be? 45? 45 of you are dextral. And the other 5 people, 10%, are, what's it? It's, let me think. Sinestral. I think it would be sinestral. So there's also a B. So this is of or relating to the right or inclined to the right as B. And this is talking about a gastropod shell. And it's a very long definition. Having the whorls coiling clockwise down the spire when viewed with the apex toward the observer, and having the aperture situated on the right of the axis when held with the spire uppermost and with the aperture opening toward the observer. It's all about when you take the shell and how do you position it towards your viewing, towards your eyes, and then depending on that, then it is dextral. Something going to the right. It curls to the right clockwise. Yeah. So just, get a gastropod shell and play around with that. And it does say here at the end, compare to the word sinistral. Sinistral. That would be going to the left, relating to the left, etc. And I just used my brain because I know that sinistra means left or evil in Latin. The next word, dextrin. This is a noun from 1879. Any of numerous glucose biopolymers of variable molecular weight that are produced especially by the fermentation of sucrose by bacteria, are found in dental plaque, and are used especially in blood plasma substitutes. The genus name of the bacteria is Leuconostoc. Yeah. So whatever is dextrin, I don't understand what it is. Glucose biopolymers. And when I brush my teeth tonight and floss, then maybe there will be some dextrin that fly out. The next word and the last word, they're all in the same thing. It's a sound effect. Wee wee wee, wee wee wee, wee wee wee. It is dextranase or dextranase. Dextranase. Noun from circa 1949. A hydrolase that prevents tooth decay by breaking down dextrin and eliminating dental plaque. Well, I'm not sure what a hydrolase is, but it must be something that deals with water, and maybe you swish it around your mouth or something in your mouth, because it helps to break down the dextrin, those things that we just learned about, these glucose biopolymers that are in the dental plaque. And then it also just eliminates the dental plaque. Dextranase and dextrin. And the next word in the next episode is actually also pronounced dextrin, but it is spelled a little bit differently. And, it's going to have a real fun definition. You're just going to have to wait for that one until the next episode. So, can you please remind me what the words were that we had today? Well, I sure can remind you. They were dex, dexa, dexamethasone, dexedrine, dexfenfluramine, dexes, dexter, dexterity, dexterous, dexter or dextro, dextral, dextrin, and dextranase. Lots of words that are all about the right. The right-handed people are my sworn enemy because I am a Very proud lefty, although I am trying to do things with my right side more so I can be more ambidextrous. Ooh, ambidextrous. We had dexterous, and ambidextrous is dexterity with both sides. Maybe I want to pick dexterous as the word of the episode. Is that what I want to do? I think it might be. I think, I wish I were more dexterous in things, and I don't know if I am. Should we sing a song about that? A little ditty. I wish I was more dexterous. I don't have the dexterity to do a lot of things. The dexterous doesn't come naturally to me. I gotta practice and practice and practice to be dexterous, just like you. That is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. I don't know if I have a lot of other things to say, other than just, hey, I'm glad you're here, and I wish there were more of you, so you can all hear the ridiculousness that comes out of my mouth, because I think that you're going to need that. You're really going to need it someday. All right. We're going to end the episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am Spencer, and I am hosting this podcast all by my lonesome self. I think I forgot to mention recently, a thank you to Jonah and Tom, who have created the wonderful theme songs that go back and forth every other episode. I know it's not normal to have 2 theme songs, but I had 2 friends, and they make good music, so that's how that happened. And if you want to make your own theme song, you can make a short one, 15 seconds at most. Email it to me, dictionarypod@gmail.com, and maybe it'll be in an episode. All right, the first word in this episode is dextrin, or dextrine, or just dextrin. Again, that's the same thing. DEXTRIN, or you could put an E at the end, and that is when you would pronounce it dextrine. This one is a noun from 1838. Any of various water-soluble gummy polysaccharides, C6H10O5. Ooh, and then there's an N, a subscript N, for the whole thing. These gummy polysaccharides are obtained from starch by the action of heat, acids, or enzymes, and used as adhesives, as sizes for paper and textiles, as thickening agents like in syrups, and in beer. Wow, these are versatile little dextrins. Gummy polysaccharides. I don't understand. I don't know what this is. It's not a living thing. It's some sort of molecule because it's got C6H10O5 and then any number of those. And let's see, obtained from starch by the action of heat. So when you put heat or acids or enzymes around these things, then some stuff happens, and you can use them in lots of different things and places. And beer and syrups. Was that maltodextrin? Is that a thing? It must be related to this, probably. Okay, sound effect time. The next word is dextro. DEXTRO. Adjective from 1889, and the synonym is dextrorotatory, which will be coming up very soon. Oh, don't you worry, we're getting close to it. Yes, we are. Let's see, and we had a couple of words in the previous episode that were all related to dextrorotatory and dextro, and another word it's actually our next word. Dextroamphetamine. That is the next word. Noun from 1943. It is the dextrorotatory sulfate of amphetamine. So there's amphetamine, and then there is the dextrorotatory sulfate of amphetamine, which is dextroamphetamine. Amphetamine, I think it's a thing that gets your body going all crazy like. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. And then this is some dextro version of that. The next word, The next word is dextromethorphan. Dextromethorphan. There's a TH and then a PH, and I had to think very hard on which one went first. Dextromethorphan. Noun from 1967. It is a cough suppressant, C18H25NO, that is widely used, especially in the form of a hydrated hydrogen bromide complex. And that means nothing to me. Let's see, this is from the dextra prefix, which we learned in the previous episode means right, or on or toward the right, or it just means dextrorotatory, so I'm not sure which one we're talking about here, although I would assume it is dextrorotatory. And then the meth is from methyl, and it's the methyl plus morphinan? Must be the PH? Oh boy, I see, the METH is from methyl, and then the orphan is from morphinan, but they didn't take all the letters, they just took the ORPH from the middle and then the AN from the end. That's not complicated at all. And that is a parent substance of morphine alkaloids. Yeah. So it's lots of things, chemicals and molecules coming together to make dextromethorphan. It sounds like a non-existent word. The next word. Is this also non-existent? No, they exist in this book. The next word is dextrorotatory. Adjective from circa 1872. Turning clockwise or toward the right. This makes sense because dextra is to the right or on the right. So turning clockwise or toward the right, specifically rotating the plane of polarization of light toward the right. It says the example is dextrorotatory crystals. So I guess somehow they rotate the plane of polarization of light toward the right. And I don't understand how you can do something like that. I'm not a scientist. I do think it would be a lot of fun, though, to actually get to experience how people do these crazy scientific-y things. I want to go, it's like, maybe like one of those TV shows, like you spend a day there or a week there and you learn how to do a thing or something and just, I don't know, make a YouTube show, a TV show about it or something. Learning all of the crazy stuff. This says compared to levorotatory, L-E-V-O, rotatory, which, would that be the opposite? Would that be turning counterclockwise or to the left? I'm not sure. So clockwise and counterclockwise, this is a bit off topic. I was just thinking about this morning, thinking about turning your key in your lock or just anything that goes clockwise or counterclockwise. Depending on your point of view, you will say that it is either, let's take this example, clockwise, we say that that's to the right. But that means, like, let's say it's a key. You turn the key to the right, to clockwise, but what part of the key is going to the right? It's the top part. If your brain thinks about the bottom part, it's still going clockwise, but it's going to the left, not to the right. So you have to be very specific with whoever you're talking to if you're describing something to somebody. So clockwise, I guess we understand it. It's whatever's on top is doing, that's the direction it's going, but not everybody thinks that way. That's just the thing I was thinking about. The next word. Dextrose or dextrose. Noun from circa 1869. It is dextrorotatory glucose. I guess is this glucose that has had the plane of polarization of light turned or rotated to the right, Again, just don't understand how that happens, how to do that. The next word, we have one DEY word. Dextrose was the last for the DEX. Here's the DEY word, which is just day. That's it, day. Noun from 1659, a ruling official of the Ottoman Empire in northern Africa. They were called the Dey. This is French, because just on the other side of the, I guess it would be not the Mississippi, you dummy, the Mediterranean Sea, or that, whatever that little part there is, right across there is France. And so French is close. So day is a French word. It is from the Turkish. Now, I don't know how to pronounce this. It looks like it's D-A-Y, and then what is the last character? Is it an I? Is it an I don't know what it is. Maybe it's their own character, because it looks like an I without the dot. But that literally means maternal uncle. So that would be an uncle on your mom's side. Now, I'm not entirely sure why they picked that word as the ruling official of the Ottoman Empire in northern Africa, but they did. So, they could do whatever they want. It's a day. There are no more DE words. We have finished them all. And in the rest of this episode, we are going to start with DF, and we are going to go we're going to start the DH section. How exciting for you, isn't it? I'm very happy that you get to experience this with me. Okay, the next word, DF, all caps, abbreviation for 1, damage free, 2, direction finder or direction finding. I hope that this podcast is damage free. There's no damage. I think by the time I am done with this show, this book might not be damage free, because I have to move it around and open it and deal with it a lot. The next word, DFA, all caps, abbreviation for Doctor of Fine Arts. When I go to the hospital, I don't want my doctor to have a Doctor of Fine Arts or a Doctorate of Fine Arts. I don't want them to be painting a picture of my open heart surgery. I want them to do the open heart surgery if that's what I may need. Yeah. How do you become a Doctor of Fine Arts? You got to study all the fine arts. You got to know all the stuff and how to do it all. Next, DFC, all caps, abbreviation for Distinguished Flying Cross. And I think that might be, is that a British thing for the Royal Air Force or something? Distinguished Flying Cross. I'm just guessing. I'm not entirely sure. The next word, now this is different. There's a number in this one. It is D4T, lowercase d, the number 4, and then an uppercase T. And you just say D4T. Noun from 1988, a synthetic antiretroviral nucleoside, C10H12N2O4, that is an analog of thymidine and is administered orally in the treatment of HIV infection, called also stravadine or stravadine. So the D stands for dideoxy, and then I think we're gonna see that. Is that in the not the next episode? Is it the one after that? Nope, not that. Oh, it might be a little while. Oh yeah, there's a lot of DIA words. So the D is dideoxy, and then the number 4. Not sure where the 4 comes in. Is it the 4 oxygen? Not sure. And then the last word, the T, stands for thymidine. And that's all I can tell you about that one, because I don't know nothing about this. But treatment in HIV infection, I wonder if this is what they're still using. It does say it's called also this other name, so maybe they just changed the name. But I have to imagine from 1988... 10, 20, 30, 34 years ago. Is that right? Yeah, 34 years ago. I would like to think that we have something better. I think we do. The next word. DFT, abbreviation for one, defendant. It's not the defendant, it's just defendant. And then 2 is draft. It's only 2 letters shorter than draft. The next word. Boop-be-doop. I always end them the same way, and I don't know why my brain does that. The next word is DG, abbreviation for decigram. And now I can't even remember. I think that's 1/10 of a gram. Is that right? I think it is. The next word. DG, all caps, abbreviation for one, by the grace of God. And that is from the Lower Latin Dei gratia. So that's why it's DG. Dei is God, and gratia, I think that means like free, but I guess it means grace as well. And then number 2 for DG is Director General. I don't know where the Director General gets used. Director General. I'm trying to think. I don't know if it's a military thing. I don't think it's a movie thing. Who is a Director General? What is a Director General? The next word. DH, all caps. First form. We have 3 of these. Same things. DH, noun from 1973, and it is the number 1 definition for designated hitter, which we read a little while ago. That's just the person who comes in and hits for somebody else. Maybe it's usually the pitcher, but they could be hitting for somebody else who maybe can't be hitting so good right now. And then the other person runs, but this person hits. So, if you're looking at like a baseball thing, it's probably going to say DH for designated hitter. Why 1973? That seems kind of late. I'm pretty sure they had designated hitters way before 1973. Did it take them that long? The next word. The second form of DH. I guess some people pronounce it DH. You emphasize the D. DH. Yeah, that's in here. This one is an intransitive verb from 1975, and yes, people do say this like a verb, DH'd or DHing. They do. This one is to play as a designated hitter in a baseball game. So the DH is DHing in a baseball game. They did some good DHing in there. They DH'd it up. Good job, DHs. The next word. The third form of DH. This is an abbreviation for Doctor of Humanities. There's so many doctors. How many more doctors are we going to come up in this whole D section? The next word. It's not a doctor. DHA, all caps, abbreviation for docosahexaenoic acid. I don't know if I said that correctly. Docosahexaenoic. It's close enough. We'll when we get to the DOs, we will learn how to say it properly. Let's see. That was that, and that is that. Okay, the next word. It's not an abbreviation, but we do have some more abbreviations in this episode. Dharma, or just derma, but I've heard most people say dharma. DHARMA. There was that sitcom all those years ago called Dharma and Greg. Haven't thought about that for a while. This is a noun from 1796. Number 1 is talking about Hinduism, and it is an individual's duty fulfilled by observance of custom or law. What is an individual's duty? And then they fulfill it by observance of... So if they're doing the customs or the laws, they observe them very closely and do them correctly, then I guess that they fulfill their duty as an individual and therefore maybe have fulfilled their dharma. I have heard this before, but don't know if you asked me what it was, I don't know if I could have told you. But there's more definitions. Yes, there are. Number 2 is talking about Hinduism and Buddhism, both of them together at the same time. So 2A is the basic principles of cosmic or individual existence. Also, or divine law. Divine law. It's just the stuff that comes from the divine, the spirituality, the basic principles of just existence. You know, just that little old thing. The Dharma. Number 2B, conformity to one's duty and nature. Conformity. So if you are conforming to what you are supposed to do, what your nature is, who you are as a person, what you're supposed to be, how do you even know that exactly? And then I guess that is also dharma. Dharmic is an adjective. I find this to be a very fascinating concept. We may talk about this some more. We got to get through the words and see which ones we like. This is a Sanskrit word. Maybe they used the Devanagari alphabet. Not maybe, they definitely did. So it's a Sanskrit word akin to the Latin word firmus, which means firm, and I don't understand at all how or why it is connected to that word firmus. Dharma and firmus, I mean, they both have an M, an RM, kind of in the middle near the end there. But that's the only connection I see. Obviously, I'm thinking about this way too hard. The next word. Dharna. It's Dharna or Dharna. So the only difference between this one and the previous word is it's an N instead of an M. N, M. Dharna. Noun from 1747. This is a fast held at the door of an offender in India as an appeal for justice. So somebody is fasting at the door of an offender. So somebody did a thing, and then somebody else is fasting at their door. So hopefully they can get justice, and that is dharna. Well, this is a Hindi, an Urdu word from the Sanskrit dharnanam. No, that's not it. It is dharanam, which means support or prop. And this one also is akin to the Latin firmus, which means firm. So, yeah, I feel like we may need to put some more information in the show notes for both dharma and dharna. Support and prop. So I guess, are you supporting? Maybe this is okay, so maybe this is people who they're doing a dharna, they're fasting at the offender's home because they support. They're propping up the offender. They believe that they did not do anything wrong. And so that's why they're fasting. They say, we are sacrificing ourselves at this person's door so we can get justice for them. I feel like that must be it. And then maybe they are doing their best dharma by fulfilling their cosmic duty. Oh, I had a cosmic duty a couple of days ago. The next word, DHEA, all caps, abbreviation for dehydroepiandrosterone. I think I added a syllable in there. Dehydroepiandrosterone. And is this the word that I had such a hard time saying before? Yeah, we definitely read it a while ago. But it's just, it gets shortened to DHEA, which is a whole lot easier to say, I think. The next word, DHL, all caps, abbreviation for Doctor of Hebrew Letters. or Doctor of Hebrew Literature. Either one, they both get abbreviated to DHL. Maybe the Doctor of Hebrew Letters is like, I know the letters, but I don't know the literature. And then vice versa. I know the literature, but I don't know the letters, and we're both called DHL. How is that fair? DHL. See, there was another doctor. Another doctor. The next word is, it's pronounced dole, but it looks like D-hole. It's spelled D-H-O-L-E, dole. Noun from circa 1827, and it is a wild dog occurring from India to southern Siberia. It's probably a pretty good distance, isn't it? The species name is Cuon alpinus, or alpinus. It's probably alpinus. And this is perhaps from the Kannada word. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it is spelled K-A-N-N-A-D-A. The Kannada word tola, which means wolf. So yeah, I think those are probably related. Wolves are related to dogs, and tola is kind of similar to dole, tola. Yeah, that works. That works for me. So maybe we'll post Post a picture to social media, Instagram and Twitter at dictionarypod, of what a dole looks like. It's not a D-hole, it's a dole. The next word, doti, D-H-O-T-I, noun from 1612. It is a loincloth worn by men in some parts of India. And of course, it has a name. I mean, loincloth is an English word for a loincloth, so of course they're going to have a name for this loincloth. Would you like me to post a picture of this? Is that something that you would be interested in? I think you can imagine what a loincloth looks like. It is a Hindi and Urdu word, dhoti. Or maybe they just say dhoti. It depends. I don't know. I feel like anytime I see Hindi and Urdu words, they're always pronounced differently than my brain would have thought. So I'm sure they say it differently. The next word, Dow, D-H-O-W. You got to listen to my spellings, because if you don't, you're not going to know how to spell some of these words. D-H-O-W, Dow. Noun from 1785. An Arab lateen-rigged boat, usually having a long overhang forward, a high poop, and a low waist. And if I didn't know that I was talking about a boat, those last couple would have really confused me. A low waist, but a high poop. Maybe we'll post a picture on the social media for the Dow, the D-H-O-W. Is it Latin rigged or Latin rigged? I'm not sure. But maybe it looks cool. I can't wait to see it. Oh, and this is from the Arabic word dawa, D-A-W-A. But of course, I'm sure they pronounce it different than that. There is one more word for this episode. DHS, all caps, abbreviation for Department of Homeland Security, is the DHS. So that was great, and that was fascinating, and now I think I have to reread the words. So then we can pick one, and you can pick your own, and you can tell me what it is if you like. Or if you want to keep an Excel spreadsheet of all the words that I pick, that's perfectly fine too, because I'm definitely not. I mean, I do keep track of them in the show notes, but that's it. So today we had dextrin, dextro, dextroamphetamine, dextromethorphan, dextrorotatory, dextrose, day, DF, DFA, DFC, D4T, DFT, DG, DG, DH, 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 DHA, Dharma, Darna, DHEA, DHL, Dole, Doti, Dow, and DHS. I think I have to pick Dharma as the word of the episode. Dharma, Dharma. Am I fulfilling my Dharma of life? Is my Dharma my cosmic duty? There is a line in the third season of Twin Peaks on Showtime, which aired in 2018, 2017? Ooh, I think it's 2017. There is a young character played by Michael Cera, and it's one of the most interesting scenes in the whole thing. But he says something about his dharma. Does he say his dharma is the road? He just goes and drives on his motorcycle, and that's his duty. That is his let's find the word. His divine law, his existence. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting concept. Definitely we'll be putting a link in the show notes because I think it's an interesting concept. And I don't know, how do you use it? Do you spend your life trying to figure out your dharma? Do you know your dharma? How do you use this knowledge if it is, I don't know. Yeah. All right. We're going to end this episode there. Thank you for listening to this. And obviously you've been sharing this all over the place. Join the Facebook page. Find me there. There's no Facebook group. There's no Discord. There's no Tumblr. There's nothing like that. There's no Reddit subreddit for this because nobody knows about this show or cares really. So it's not big enough for anything like that. But if you do your dharma and you tell people, then maybe we can get some of those things made. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am Spencer, and I am graciously asking you to rate and review this show and share and subscribe and go follow this show on Twitter and Instagram at dictionarypod. Also, my personal is at speedjampar. You can go to TikTok and see some videos. I haven't done one of those in a while. Little video, I just sort of say the first word and the first definition with a filter on my face, and it looks very silly. And that is also at speedjampar. YouTube is at speedjampar. I have a whole bunch of random videos, and then also these podcast episodes are up there in chunks of 10. If you want to buy some merch, go to the TeePublic link in the show notes. If you want to join the Patreon, give me $1 a month. That's all I ask of your love. You get episodes early. There's other tiers to get exclusives and stuff like that. I do have to do more of those things. We still only have one patron. That's how you say that. And yep. What else? I'm trying to think. I think those were just about all the important things. Yeah. Oh, and also shout out to Jonah and Tom who made the theme songs. Thank you to both of you. Email dictionarypod@gmail.com. Google Voice 917-727-5757. Call it and leave a message, and then I'll listen to it. The first word in this episode is, I think it is pronounced Dulhijjah or it's not Hijjah. I think it's Dulhijjah. Just double checking. Dulhijjah or Thulhijjah with a D sound or a TH sound. Dhul, maybe it's more intense TH. Yeah, it's like a Dhulhijjah. Okay, this is spelled capital D H U apostrophe L hyphen capital H I J J A. Dhulhijjah. It is a noun from circa 1771. It is the 12th month of the Islamic year, and it tells us to see the month table. So it's probably going to go through all the different months and all the different cultures and religions. There's the Gregorian calendar and the Islamic calendar and they used to call it the Chinese calendar, the Chinese New Year, the calendar, but I think it's now the lunar calendar. And did I mention the Hebrew one? I think I did. And I don't know how many other ones there are. There must be some other ones. So this is from the Arabic Thu al-Hijjah. so it's separated into 3 words instead of 2. That literally means the one of the pilgrimage. So I guess during this 12th month of the Islamic year, that is the time to make the pilgrimage. The next word, oh, that's going to be the sound effect, I guess. Maybe it'll evolve. The next word is similar. It is Dhul Qa'dah. So same first word. Second word is capital Qaddah. Dhul Qa'dah. Noun from also circa 1771, and this one is the 11th month of the Islamic year. Go see the month table. This is from the Arabic Dhul al-Qa'dah. So it's, again, similar, spelled a little different. And this literally is the one of the sitting. The one of the sitting. So during this month, I guess you have to do some sitting. How many months are in the Islamic calendar? Should we skip ahead and look at the month table? Is that something? Ooh, I actually found that shockingly easy. Let's see. Oh, so there's only 3. I mean, we're going to talk about this in more detail many years from now. Maybe there will be a whole new month calendar by the time that I get around to this. So there's Gregorian, Jewish, and Islamic. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 12 months for Islamic. We know that there are 12 months for the Gregorian. Do I need to count again to make sure I'm correct? Yes, I'm correct. And then Jewish, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Also 12. I do want there to be a calendar that has 13, though. We've talked about this. There should be 13 months, each with 4 weeks exactly. And then there's like 1 extra day, not including the leap day. All right, no more talk about months until I guess we get to the individual entries for the months, the month names, and then we get to the month table officially. The next word, Durrie. Durrie. Dhurrie. Noun from 1880. It is a thick, flat woven cotton or wool cloth or rug made in India. And this is from the Hindu and Urdu word dari, D-A-R-I. I should mention that sometimes over these vowels there are either horizontal lines or things like that. Sometimes I mention them, sometimes I don't. In this case, there is one, it looks like over the I, but I don't know how it changes the pronunciation, so I just kind of skip it. I hope that's okay. So it's a thick, flat cloth or rug is a durrie. The next word, ow. D-I, all caps, abbreviation for drill instructor, the one who is making you do the drills, telling you to run, telling you to do push-ups, telling you to go over the obstacle course, telling you to do all the things, and they sound real mean like they hate you, but they love you. The next word, ow. D-I, this is a prefix, so you probably pronounce it die, usually die, I think, yeah. It is number 1. It means there's multiple things, twice, or twofold, or double. So things that have to do with 2. As in the example, dichromatic. Dichromatic, I think that's going to be like 2 colors, like maybe your eyes can be dichromatic. Number 2, containing 2 atoms, radicals, or groups, as in dioxide. So there would be two oxide molecules or groups of things that are related to oxygen. The next word, ow. Dia, D-I-A, abbreviation for diameter. That's it, just the diameter. Do you know what half of a diameter is? It's the radius, in case you didn't know that. I know sometimes it sounds simple to some of us, but for some people it's a little bit too much for their brain to handle. The next word, ow. DIA again, all caps, abbreviation for Defense Intelligence Agency. The next word, there's a pattern here, ow. It is another prefix, dia, DIA, or it can be shortened to just DI, I guess, and it means a couple of things, and each of them have their own example. So it means through, as in diapositive, or it also means across, as in the example diadromous. And, those examples will be coming up relatively soon. And so through or across, those are kind of similar. If you walk through a building, you're kind of walking across a building from one end to the other end. But, depending on the context, maybe one makes more sense over the other one. It is a Greek word. Well, it says it's Latin from Greek, which I think is still dia, D-I-A, and it just means through or apart. And yep, that's what it is. Dia prefix is through. The next word, so, we're going to have a lot of DIA words here. How long does the DIA section go? Let's see. The last of the DIA words will be airing on December 12th. And this is airing on December 2nd. So what is that, 10 days? Yeah, it's about 10 days. Week and a half. So what I'm trying to say is some of these words might be using this prefix through and across, and hopefully we can figure those out as we go. Very important. The next word. Diabase. Diabase. Noun from circa 1816. Number 1 is archaic, and the synonym is diorite. D-I-O-R-I-T-E. I don't know what that is, but it is archaic, so I don't care. Number 2 is chiefly British. It is an altered basalt, is a diabase. Not helpful to me whatsoever. But this one seems maybe related. Number 3, a fine-grained rock of the composition of gabbro, but with an ophidic texture. I feel like you need to say that maybe even with a British accent or something. Oh, it is a fine-grained rock of the composition of gabbro, but this one, it has a bit of an ophidic texture, don't you think? It's like we're talking about wine. Diabasic. Diabasic is an adjective. This is French, probably from the Greek diabasis or diabasis, and that means act of crossing over, which is from diabining, which means to cross over, from dia plus bining, which means to go, and there's more at the word come, like come over here. So it went from to go, and then to cross over, and then act of crossing over. But I still don't understand how any of these things are related to what we read here, which seems all rock related. Those types of things. A diabase. Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes so you can learn more about the diabase thingies, rocks, basalts, gabbros, diorites. The next word. Ow! Diabetes. Or just diabetes. And that's how some people say that. Or some people just shorten it to what? To beatus, the beats, the D's, the diabetes. Diabetes. You say it whatever way you want. Of course, who was that guy who was on all those commercials about diabetes, and he would say diabetes. I wonder why they let him say that for so long. I wonder if it's because of him that it is an appropriate pronunciation. Oh no, but he would say Did he say diabetes? Diabetes, I think so. Anyway, let's move on to the actual definition. This is a noun from the 15th century. Any of various abnormal conditions characterized by the secretion and excretion of excessive amounts of urine, especially the synonym diabetes mellitus. And that's going to come up pretty soon. So, there's a lot going on, but basically, I guess in general for diabetes, there's too much. You're excreting too much urine. I don't think I ever really knew. I knew it was something about sugars and things, but I never really thought about the urine side of things. I just didn't know that was a part of it. So, do all people who have diabetes, do they all pee too much? Does that happen? I don't know. Let's find out. We have a couple specific examples. The next one, ow, diabetes insipidus. 2 words, noun from circa 1846, a disorder of the pituitary gland characterized by intense thirst and by the excretion of large amounts of urine. So this is a new Latin phrase which literally means bland diabetes. So what does that mean, bland? Is it maybe everything tastes bland? Maybe you drink a lot of water and so I don't know what that means, but it's bland. Now, I was hoping maybe they would specify this. Oh, actually, we're gonna see that soon. Okay, so I have not heard of diabetes insipidus, but I think I have heard of the next one, just not with this phrase. Ow! By the way, that sound effect is somebody either getting their insulin checked for diabetes or also getting a shot of insulin because they're needles and it hurts, and so they say ow. Diabetes mellitus. That's the next one. 2 words, noun from 1830. I don't know if you can hear, but my voice is getting raw, so good thing we're almost done. We just have a handful more to go. This one, diabetes mellitus, is a variable disorder of carbohydrate metabolism caused by a combination of hereditary and environmental factors and usually characterized by inadequate secretion or utilization of insulin, by excessive urine production, by excessive amounts of sugar in the blood and urine, and by thirst, hunger, and loss of weight. And it says compare to, okay, this is interesting, compare to type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes. So is this different than either of those? Is this another kind of diabetes? I've only heard of type 1 and type 2. I don't know diabetes mellitus or diabetes insipidus. But yeah, basically, I think I've heard that it's one of the types is more hereditary. You get it from your genes. You can get it when you're a kid and you just have it through your life. The other type, and I always mix up both of them, but the other type is more about your environmental factors, which is what it said here in the definition, which is typically about your diet. If you're going to be eating a lot of food that's, probably high in sugar and maybe carbs or something, if you eat a lot of that stuff, then eventually in your life you might be diagnosed with diabetes. And if you don't change your diet or you're not good about taking your medication, then you may have some problems, like they may have to remove a foot or 2 or a leg. I don't know how often doctors say this. I would hope that they say this every damn time, but maybe not necessarily. The very first thing that somebody should do if they are diagnosed with the environmental type of diabetes is to change their diet. And I think a lot of people just don't care. They're like, nope, I'm not going to. I like my diet. Maybe they're in denial. Maybe they don't think the diet will change it. But I'm pretty sure I've heard that when people change their diet and they lose the weight, then their diabetes goes in remission. It goes away. I feel like I have heard that. I don't know for sure, but yeah. So please, 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 if you have been diagnosed with this kind of diabetes, please change your diet, and maybe that will help you. But there's only so much you can do, and so you may just have to take insulin for the rest of your life or something. This is also a new Latin phrase, which literally means honey sweet diabetes. And if you are a regular listener, you know that I love the sweet. I have a sugar tooth, a sweet tooth. It's not called a sugar tooth. Should be. I wish my teeth were made out of sugar. I'd have sugar teeth. I could eat my teeth, but then I'd have no teeth. Anyway, it's called honey sweet diabetes probably because it's related to the sugar and the stuff. And what was I trying to say? Oh yeah, I have a sweet tooth, but I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to be consciously better about not having so much. I mean, it's not like I eat it all the time. I really don't. It's just for dessert and maybe a snack in the middle of the day, if that. But you'd think, based on how much I talk about how much I love sweets, that I would have diabetes, but I don't. Thank God. I am not, diabetic. That's the next word. First form adjective from 1799. 1. Of or relating to diabetes or diabetics. And that would be the person, which actually is the next word. So a diabetic can be diabetic because they have diabetes, or they have the diabetes, the diabetes, the beats. 2 for diabetic adjective, affected with diabetes. 3, I'm just thinking, I think I skipped the etymology for diabetes. How could I have ever done that? I am so sorry. Let's talk about that real quick. It's from the Greek, diabetes, which means diabetes insipidus. That's what it means. So does that mean the diabetes insipidus that's the main form? I don't know. But it is also from diabaning, which means to walk with the legs apart or cross over. To walk with the legs apart. Now, I need an expert to explain to me how that might be related to diabetes. I don't understand it. Maybe we'll put some information in the show notes for diabetes and walking with legs apart. I mean, maybe because they were peeing so much, they had to walk around with their legs apart so all the pee wouldn't get on their legs. Is that possible? Could that possibly be the naming of this thing, the etymology? I don't know. Okay, fast forward back to diabetic number 3, occurring in or caused by diabetes, as in diabetic coma. If you don't get your diabetes in check, you may go into a diabetic coma. Hope not. Number 4, suitable for diabetics, as in diabetic food. The next word, diabetic again, second form, noun from 1840. It is a person affected with diabetes, is a diabetic. The next word, we get into some fun words here. Diabetogenic or diabetogenic. Diabetogenic. Adjective from circa 1903, producing diabetes. So what context would you use this one in? Would it be food related, person related, diabetogenic? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's more body related, like the organs or something. The next word. Diabetologist or diabetologist. Noun from 1970, a specialist in diabetes, is a diabetologist. The next word, diablerie. Diablerie or diablerie. D-I-A-B-L-E-R-I-E, noun from 1751. Diablerie. Number 1 is black magic, and the synonym is sorcery. 2A. I think I need to practice my diablerie. Number 2A, a representation in words or pictures of black magic or of dealings with the devil. And black magic and the devil. What did we literally had devil not that long ago. 2B, demon lore. That's what diablerie means for 2B. Just the lore of the demons, the fantastical stories of the demons. Number 3, mischievous conduct or manner. I guess you could also say mischievous, but there's no I after the V, so it's got to be mischievous conduct or manner is the diablerie. Where does this word come from? It comes from Old French, diable, which means devil. Yeah, basically just comes from the word devil. That's it. That's all for that one. And before I get to the last word, I realized something. For the word diabetes in the etymology, it said cross over. That was one of the things that I guess diabeinin means. And if we look at the dia prefix, it means either through or across. And so, across, crossing over. I think that there's something about that. There's a relationship. We're using the dia prefix, but I don't understand how or why it's being used, at least in the old Greek word. It's not the legs crossing over. I'm not sure. But there's something there. Something's crossing over. Anyway, one more word for this episode. Ow! Diabolical. Or just diabolic. diabolical. Adjective from the 14th century of relating to or characteristic of the devil. Synonym is devilish, as in a diabolical plot. Diabolically is an adverb, and diabolicalness is a noun. Hoo-hoo, I like to be diabolical. I am not a diabolical person. I'm a very nice person. The etymology just gives similar words in other languages, which basically we know come down to just the word devil. Okay, rereading the words time, we had thulhija, thulkada, duri, di, dia, 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 diabase, diabetes, diabetes insipidus, diabetes mellitus, diabetic, diabetogenic, diabetologist, diablerie, and diabolical. I mean, I think it only makes sense to pick diabetes as the word of the episode because it's a very huge thing and a lot of people have it and a lot of people suffer from it and die from it. And I think that it's largely preventable. I'm not an expert, so apologies. I am not a diabetologist. I did not have one on this episode, but I do believe that the type that you get from the food that you eat and your environmental factors, maybe your lack of exercise also, that is largely preventable. And then once you get it, I think it is largely able to go away if you change those things. So, diabetes. I'm glad I don't have the diabetes. If you have the diabetes, change your diet so you don't have the diabetes anymore. It was a pretty crappy song, but you get the picture. I said what I had to say, and you had to hear it. That is going to be the end of the episode. That is going to be the end of page 343. And then we just go in order from there. That's how this works. Let's see. Anything else I can say? Nah, we've already gone too long. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. How are you doing? This is Spencer, your host. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? What's going on? This episode is filled with mostly words I have never heard of before, and the emphasis changes. The second syllable might be emphasized or the third syllable might be emphasized, so bear with me on that. And then we have a little chart about 2/3 of the way through that we will talk about, and I don't know what it is about. We'll learn together, like we do. Okay. The first word in this episode is, it is diabolism. 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 Noun from 1614. 1. Oh, this is tagging on to what we had at the end of the last episode, which was diabolical and diablery or diablery. So, what is the word? Diabolism. Number 1, dealings with or possession by the devil. I have seen many horror movies that deal with possessions, and I don't know if I've ever heard of this word diabolism. So, when you're dealing with or possession, so if you're dealing with a possession or there is a possession by the devil, anything that's dealing with a possession by the devil is a diabolism. Devil, you are not allowed in my space. Physical, mental, otherwise, stay back. I'll possess you, devil. Maybe we should see a movie like that. Let's make one like that, where a human possesses the devil. That would be fantastic. Number 2, belief in or worship of devils. Just all the devils. Not those devils, but the other devils. We shall worship those devils. Number 3, evil character or conduct. So just anything that's evil, devilish, possessed by all those things, that's diabolism. Diabolist is a noun. So I guess that could be either one who has evil characteristics, or evil conduct. Maybe one who believes in devils or worships devils, or the one who is dealing with a possession by the devil. The next word, we got to do a sound effect. It'll be a little tune that goes something like this. Do-do-do-do-boo-doo-boo-doo-boo. The next word is diabolize. Transitive verb from 1702, to represent as or make diabolical. To represent as diabolical or to make diabolical. That's basically making anything devilish or evil or nasty or all of those things that, what was it, of relating characteristic of the devil. Yeah. So making something diabolical in some form is diabolize. The next word, I don't even remember the tune I did. Should we make a new one? It's probably going to be similar. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. The next word is diachronic. D-I-A-C-H-R-O-N-I-C. And let us remind ourselves what the dia prefix is. It's all about going through or across. So I think, as I mentioned in the previous episode, we will be coming across words here and there that are dealing with through and across in some way. I don't know if this is one of those, but it might be. Diachronic. Adjective from 1922. Of, relating to, or dealing with phenomena as they occur or change over a period of time. And the examples of these phenomena are language or culture. So in some way, dealing with language or culture as they evolve, change, occur just over time. And a chronic, in this context, I think, is the one that's about time. And I believe that the dia prefix here could still be through or across, because it's through time, across time. So I guess when I talk about the etymology of a word and how it evolved, that would be, I would be talking about that word diachronically, which is an adverb, because it's dealing with language as it changes over time. Diachronically. Interesting. Why don't we use this word more? Over time, I was born, and then I did some school, and more school, and a job, and relationships. These are things that we all mostly deal with. And then I make a podcast. So if I look at my life diachronically, chronologically is in order by time. So that's probably related, obviously. So I didn't have anything, I wasn't really going anywhere with that statement, but yeah. The next word, boo-doo-doo-boo-boo-boo. This is diachrony. Diachrony. This one's pretty similar to the previous word. The only thing that changed is the Y. It was an IC, diachronic, and it became a Y, diachrony. Noun from circa 1939. 1, diachronic analysis. So if you are analyzing something like language or culture over time, that would be diachrony. Yeah. Number 2, change extending through time. Things are always changing through time. As much as we might think or hope that there is no change happening, it is happening constantly and in many more ways than you could ever imagine. So change through time. The etymology, not too much. That's very interesting to me. I don't really know how to use these in a sentence. Change extending through time. This podcast is a diachrony. Because this is a noun, it's a diachrony, so it does change through time. In the A's I started, it was all very normal and just reading the words, and I didn't really add anything. And then as time went on, I got a little more loose. I decided to do no editing, and essentially no editing. Like I said, I cut out sneezes and burps and farts and explosions. The next word, do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Diacid. Diacid. So it's the word acid with the di prefix, and I wonder if that's going to be related to two or second or something like that. This is the first form. Oh, it could also be diacidic. Diacidic. Adjective from 1866. Able to react with two molecules of a monobasic acid or one of a dibasic acid to form a salt or ester. And this is used especially of bases. I guess bases opposed to acids, because it's this is where my brain shuts down. Too much science, too much chemistry. I don't totally understand. I don't deal with this stuff in my day-to-day life, so I don't know what we're talking about. But it is the di prefix definitely is dealing with two, because it's two molecules of a monobasic acid, which is one basic acid, or one of a dibasic acid, and there the di prefix again is two. The next word, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Diacid again, second form, noun from circa 1929, an acid with two acid hydrogen atoms. I don't know what makes the hydrogen atoms acid. Do they have extra things or less things to make them acidic? I don't understand that at all. But it's a diacid. Diacid. The next word, what is this word? Diaconal. Diaconal or diaconal. Di or D at the beginning. Diaconal. Adjective from circa 1611. Of or relating to a deacon or deaconess. Oh, I thought there was more. That's it. It's just relating to a deacon or a deaconess is diaconal. Why couldn't it be deaconal? Deaconal. What does the etymology say? It is from Lower Latin diaconus, which means deacon, and there's more at the word deacon. So for some reason, we decided to go with the more Latin spelling of this word than the English spelling of the word. The next word, diddle-doo-diddle-doo-doo-doo, diaconate. Diaconate or diaconate. Noun from circa 1751. And yes, this is related to the previous word. Number 1, the office or period of the office or period of office of a deacon or deaconess. And 2, an official body of deacons. The deacons come together to create a Voltron of deacons, which then becomes a deaconate. It's this massive, huge deacon destroying buildings, and then the Godzilla or King Kong or Power Rangers have to destroy the diaconate. The next word, boop 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 boop, diacritic. So it's dia, that's the prefix, and then critic is the second part. Noun from 1866. And this is where we have the chart. So let's read the definition first. It is a mark near or through an orthographic or phonetic character or combination of characters indicating a phonetic value different from that given the unmarked or otherwise marked element. Okay, so let's look at this chart and see if we can then figure out what we're talking about. I don't think it's that complicated. Oh, and there's extra names here. Okay, so we have 10 of these diacritics. It's a mark that's near or through a character to talk about, to say whether it is pronounced in a different way than the version that does not have the mark. Make sense? Okay, good. Let's move on. No, let's read the chart. So the first one is called an acute accent. That accent is so cute. It is acute. The example for the letter that this would be on is an E, and this is the accent that I often say goes boop. So it's a line. It's down on the left and up on the right. Oh, this is so great that I'm learning the names of these. I will not remember any of them whatsoever, but, it's good to try. So down on the left, up on the right, it does look like the accent. No, I'm not even going to say that. So this is an acute accent, and it just says basically that the E is accented differently than without the accent. Or you could say it's pronounced differently. The next one is a grave accent, and we're still using the same letter E as the example, and this one goes pew. It's up on the left and down on the right. It's the opposite of the acute accent. Grave accent is that one that I just talked about, just to remind you of what it is called. The third one is called circumflex, and this is the one that's the caret. It's the example letter is O. Not that that really matters, but I try to give you all the information as possible. So this is the one that sounds like this. Boo! So it's down on the left, up in the middle, and down on the right. I just call it a little caret icon or hat or arrow or pointy thing. The next one, I do know the name of this one. It's the tilde. Tilde. The example letter is an N. It's almost always on an N, I think. And this is the wiggly line. It goes whoop. It starts down on the left, wiggles up, wiggles down, and wiggles back up on the right side. And this on the keyboard, it is the button. If you have sort of the standard English keyboard, this is the button that's on the left of the number 1, in the top left of the keyboard, and it's the same key as, I guess that's the that's the grave accent. Grave accent and the tilde are on the same one, I think. Okay, at least on this keyboard it looks like. So that's the tilde, the N sounds like Enya or Enye when you pronounce it. The next one is called Macron. Macron, something like that. The example letter is an O, and this is just a horizontal line. It just goes boop. That's it. Same height across the board. This accent, the Macron or Macron, this is the one that when you're looking at the pronunciation guide, if you see this line over a vowel, it makes it a long vowel. So if it's on an E, that E is pronounced E, or that letter is pronounced E. If it's on an O, I, U. Is it on a U? Let's see. We have a little cheat sheet here. No, but I think there's something else. Anyway, it's the one that says it's a long vowel. The next diacritic is called it's either brev or breve or breve. This one, the example letter is the letter U, and this one is, actually, it's funny because the shape of this thing is kind of a U. It's up on the left, up on the right, and it curves down in the middle. So it goes, beep. Yeah, that's good enough. I don't know how it changes the pronunciation of the U, but it does. So I think it's just pronounced brev, maybe. Beep. The next diacritic is, I don't know how to pronounce it. It might be Hachek. It's spelled H-A-C-E-K, and there is actually an accent over the C, which happens to be the Hachek accent. This is very meta. So the example letter is a C, and the shape of this accent is similar to the brev, up on both sides and then down in the middle, but this one, it's a sharp angle, so it's kind of like the circumflex carrot hat icon, but it's flipped over, so it goes beep. Yeah. And I think I've seen these. I think it may turn the C into a CH, which is why I pronounced it Hachek, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. Does this little cheat sheet have it in there? I'm not seeing it, so it must not be very common, at least in English. So yeah, I just think it's kind of funny that the Hachek accent is used in the name Hachek, which is interesting. The next one is called diaresis. Maybe it's diaresis. Oh, let's see if that word is in here. I'm pretty close to where it would be. Oh, right over here. I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. Oh, I don't think it is. That's interesting. Yeah, because I don't know if I've seen some of these other ones. I also thought this was called... Oh, no, this is different. Okay, so this one, diaresis, and the next one look to be the same shape, which is just two dots. Two dots over a letter. The second one is called the umlaut. I've heard of that one, but I do not know what the difference is between the diaresis and the umlaut, given that they look like they have the same shape. If they're different, it's very subtly different, and I really can't tell. The diaresis looks like it's two dots, and the umlaut could be... Now, it's got to be two dots. Almost looks like two lines, two very, very short lines, but I think it's also two dots. So the only thing I can think of that's different is the letter that this goes on top of. So the diaresis example is the word naive, and then the two dots are over the I. So maybe the diaresis always goes over an I. And then the umlaut is over an O in the word glog. I think that's about how you pronounce it. Glogg, with the two dots over the O. Glog. Something like that. I think umlauts also go over the letter U. Don't know if the diaresis goes over any other vowels other than I. Naive. Maybe that's how it changes the pronunciation. There is one more diacritic. It is pronounced either Sedilla or Sedia or Sedilla. Not sure which one. I think it would be sedia, because I think I've seen this in Spanish words. So this is the one that's a little. Oh, the sound effect for the diaeresis and the umlaut are both boop boop. Okay, so the sedia, this is the one that looks like it's just a little squiggle. This one is the only one that's actually below a letter. I think some French words have this too. This example letter is under a C, and I think that's pretty common for it to be under a C. It just sort of curves to the right and then back to the left. It's almost like a little, like an upside down question mark, but not totally. What sound does this one make? Wee whip. No, that's maybe too many sounds. Wee whoop. Maybe that's good. Sedia. I never knew what that was called. I never knew what most of these were called. Oh boy. Okay, we got a few more words for this episode. We finished the diacritic chart. Let's move on to diacritical or diacritic. Now, would this be the same? Okay, so diacritical is different than the last word we had, diacritic, but you could also just say diacritic. So this must be related to the diacritics. It is an adjective from 1749. 1. Serving as a diacritic. So the diacritic is a noun, and this is the adjective. So if a diacritic is acting as a diacritic, it is diacritic. 2a, the synonym is distinctive, as in the diacritical elements in culture. And that is a quote from S.F. Nadel, Nadel. So distinctive, I don't know, the distinctive elements in culture, diacritical, well, maybe the etymology will help. 2b says capable of distinguishing, as in students of superior diacritical powers. Students who can distinguish? What sort of superior diacritical powers capable of distinguishing? So are these students who can distinguish between one thing and another? I feel like, depending on what the students are studying, I feel like that would be pretty easy. The etymology says this is from the Greek diakritikos, which means separative, also from diakrinin, which means to distinguish, which is from dia plus krinin, which means to separate. And there's more at the word certain. So yeah, it's all about separating things, distinguishing things, making one thing distinctive from another thing. And I guess if we were to connect it to diacritic, these marks on letters, I guess if they probably have a similar etymology, and I would think then these diacritics distinguish this letter or the pronunciation of this letter differently than if it didn't have the diacritic on it. Yeah, good job, Spencer. The next word, diadelphous. Diadelphous. This one ends with a phous, adjective from 1807. United by filaments into two fascicles. And this is used of stamens. I think plants, flowers have stamens. So if the stamen is united by filaments into two fascicles, I don't even know if I'm describing this correctly, then it is diadelphous. So in this one, this is probably using the di prefix, as in two, and then the word adelphous is added onto it. That's what I'm guessing. Otherwise, it would be the dia prefix, which means through or across, and that one doesn't make as much sense to me. Next word. Doo-doo-boo-doo-doo-boo. Diadem or diadem. Noun from the 13th century. Number 1a. It is the number 2 definition for the word crown. Specifically, a royal headband. This is not the flexible, fabric-y headband that you would put on to, keep your hair out of your face or something. This is probably more like a thing made out of metal and jewels, and it's sparkly and fancy. But it's not a full crown. Maybe you just, put it around the front part of your head or 3/4 of your head, and it's probably smaller than a normal crown. It's a diadem. 1B. This is the 6A1 definition for the word crown. And so I'm kind of tempted now to go back to the word crown and see if we can, once I find it, then I can read what both of these are. All right, let's see. Crown, crown, crown. Where are you, crown? Ooh, there's 2 forms. They're both long. Okay, 6A1 for crown is imperial or regal power. And then sovereignty is the synonym. So that's a diadem. Number 2 for diadem, something that adorns like a crown. So what would be like a crown? I mean, there's those what was it in the olden times with the Olympics, the very, very early Olympics, or competitions in general, or like old wrestling matches? Didn't they use like olive branches they put around their head? So I guess that could be called a diadem. I mean, not that I'm religious, but there was the whole story about Jesus with the thorny crown thing, and maybe that could be called a diadem. Not sure. So if you put something on your head, just anything on your head, you could just call it a diadem. Tell him Spencer said it was okay. This is from the Greek diadema or diadema, which is from diadine, which means to bind around. So the crown is binding around your head. This is from dia plus deen or dane, which means to bind. And it is akin to the Sanskrit word daman or daemon, which means rope. So a rope can be used to bind things, and then if you put a rope around your head, you have created yourself a little diadem. Not around your whole head, not around your neck, just around the top of your head, where the crown goes. Okay, diadem, I don't have any diadems. I don't wear crowns. I don't really wear hats at all. Maybe I should. The next word and the last word. Boop, 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 boo. Diadromous. 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 Adjective from circa 1949. This is talking about a fish. Migratory between salt and fresh waters. That's fascinating. I'm not entirely sure if I knew that there are fish that could do this. I feel like maybe I did hear it at some point, but it's not front of my brain. So diadromous fishes or diadromous fish can go between saltwater and freshwater, and there probably are not very many that can do this. Okay. I think I read all the words, and now I shall reread them so we can pick a word of the episode. We had diabolism, diabolize, diachronic, diachrony, diacid, diaconal, diaconate, diacritic, diacritical, diadelphus, diadem, and diadromous. So let's go through them. We had things about the devil and being diabolical. And let's see, this next one was about time, going through time, the acids, the deacons, the diacritic accents. Let's see, that one, the 2 fascicles, the crowns, the fishes in the waters. I think I'm going to pick diacritic as the word of the episode because these little characters, or what do they call them? Marks. These marks on characters, either on them or through them, help you to know how to pronounce it if you actually know how to pronounce that thing. So they're very helpful in that way. And they have a name. They are diacritic. Let's see. Let's sing a song. Let's sing a song about the diacritics. There are 10 diacritics. The first one is acute accent. The next one is grave accent. And then we've got circumflex and tilde. And then macron, I don't know how to pronounce that one. Next we have the breve and the hatchek and the diaresis. The last two are umlaut and sedia. Those are the diacritics. Spencer and the diacritics. That is the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. This is the podcast where I read the words and the definitions and the etymology and the synonym information, and I talk about them, and I tell you stories about my personal life if they ever come up. And what else do? I try to explain things in a different way. I give sound effects between each word so you know when the first one is done and the next one's about to start, as long as you're paying attention. And then I sing a little song after I pick a word of the episode at the end, and sometimes there are guests. I basically do no editing, no prep. I go into this blind, so if you have issues with what I say, you can just blame my brain. The first word in this episode is, okay, this is actually a word that I looked for in the previous episode, but I was spelling it wrong. I was missing a letter, and so past Spencer was wrong. This is the word diaresis, and it's actually pronounced, I should fix that, diuresis. Diaresis, the British say diuresis. I think that's close enough. It is spelled D-I-A-E-R-E-S-I-S, or you can get rid of the A near the beginning. Diuresis, diuresis. Noun, from circa 1611. Number 1, a mark, and then it shows the 2 dots, placed over a vowel to indicate that the vowel is pronounced in a separate syllable, as in naive or bronte, and it's as compared to umlaut. So yes, clearly they're related somehow, at the very least in the fact that they're both 2 dots. So it's you have to pronounce it in a separate syllable. So if the word naive did not have the 2 dots, maybe we would want to pronounce it naive. Naive. And then bronte, I guess maybe we would just say bront if it didn't have the what is it? Diuresis or diaresis. That is a good, very specific information that I didn't know about. And now I shall tell all the people I know. The only thing is that it doesn't say if this goes over any vowels or only certain vowels, or maybe the difference between the diaresis and the umlaut is that it's a syllable thing, that when the diaresis is there, you have to add a syllable. But how do you know? If you don't know the word, how would you know if you have to add a syllable or not? Is it the diaresis or is it the umlaut? I guess you just have to know the words, right? So that was number 1. Number 2, the break in a verse caused by the coincidence of the end of a foot with the end of a word. I think this is talking about poetry. So the break in a verse, there's a break in it. The coincidence of the end of a foot with the end of a word. So if the break of a verse is where the end of a word and the end of a foot are the same, then that is called a diaresis. And I don't know enough about poetry and verses and foots and words to give you more information. How do you say this? Diuretic. Diuretic is an adjective. There's also diuretic. That's a different thing, right? But how is it spelled? Oh, I don't know how to spell that one. But that's got to be spelled differently because I don't know. That's a whole different thing. The etymology says this is from the Greek diapedesis, however that's pronounced, which literally means division, which is from diarine, which means to divide, which is from dia plus herein, which means to take. So, dividing, yeah. So that makes sense. You know, in a poem, if it's divided up, it's a diaeresis, and then in a word, if it's there, it's dividing the word into additional syllables. The next word, we got to do a sound effect. Boom, 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 boom. Diag is the next word. This is an abbreviation for 1, diagonal, and 2, diagram. Boom, boom. The next word is diagenesis. It's the word genesis with the dia prefix. And this is a noun from circa 1886. So I'm going to just guess it's something about the beginnings of a thing, because that's what Genesis is. It's not the band Genesis. Number 1, recombination or rearrangement of constituents resulting in a new product. And the examples of the constituents that are being recombined or rearranged are chemicals or minerals. So if you mix them all up and put them back together in a different way, I guess it becomes a diagenesis. And is this prefix about across and through? It seems like it would be, but I don't know how that makes sense for this one. I guess if you're going through, I don't know. Let's read number 2. The conversion by compaction or chemical reaction of sediment into rock. So it's the conversion of sediment into rock. And how do you do that? Well, it's either being compacted. There's things that come on top of it, and then it gets squished down real, real hard until it turns into a rock, or by chemical reaction. So the chemicals of different kinds get into the sediment, and somehow, it turns it into a rock. And that's diagenesis. So it's the same idea as number 1. The molecules, the chemicals inside the stuff are being recombined, rearranged to create a new thing. It's the genesis of a new thing. Still not entirely sure how the dia prefix plays into this. That's okay. Diagenetic is an adjective. Diagenetically, that is an adverb. The next word, boom, boom, boom. Diageotropic. Diageotropic or diageotropic. Is that how you pronounce that? Let's just double check. Yeah, diageotropic. Adjective from 1880, tending to grow at right angles to the line of gravity, as in diageotropic branches and roots. I wonder why this happens. How does this happen? Actually, there is a tree not too far from where I live that my wife and I were like, how did that grow that way? Not sure if it was a natural thing or if it was sort of like a human-made kind of thing, but it kind of looks like it's 2 trees. One of them goes up, and the other one essentially goes straight across the ground. It's up higher than the ground, of course, but it's more parallel to the ground than it should be, and it's pretty thick. So, I know sometimes back in the olden days, there would be people like the indigenous Americans, and they would sort of crack a tree or a branch as like a marker. And so they knew, okay, the branch grows this way, and then it cuts across as like at a right angle. And they would use it as markers to find places. But I don't know if this is what that is. But yeah, so maybe we should post a picture of some diageotropic branches or roots. So you can see what that looks like. I guess I'm thinking of a pine tree. I think their branches go straight out from the tree, so they're parallel to the ground. That would be a right angle to the line of gravity, wouldn't it? I think it would, right? I think that's how my brain works. So maybe the branches of pine trees, fir trees, are diageotropic. Next word. Boom, boom. Diagnose. That I don't. Why was it so hard to say that word? It's diagnose or diagnose or diagnose. You got to emphasize the last syllable. Diagnose. It is a verb from circa 1859, starting with transitive. 1a, to recognize as a disease by signs and symptoms. Usually it's a doctor who's going to diagnose. They look at a person and they see their signs and symptoms of what's troubling them, and then once they recognize all of that as a specific disease or condition, then they can diagnose that disease. And so then the patient says, "Oh, thank God, now I know what it is that I have, and now I got to deal with it." 1b, to diagnose a disease or condition in, as in diagnosed the patient. Good job, doctor. You know your stuff. Number 2, to analyze the cause or nature of, as in diagnose the problem. What might the problem be? We got to figure it out. It doesn't have to be a medical thing. Could be on your computer or your phone or some other piece of technology or some sort of system or earthly thing. What is the problem? Let's diagnose it. What is the problem with Spencer? There is one intransitive definition which says to make a diagnosis. Diagnosable, which is spelled with the E at the end of the word diagnose or no E, that is an adjective. Diagnosable, any etymology? It's just a back formation of diagnosis, which is our next word. Boom, boom. Diagnosis. Noun from 1655. 1a, the art or act of identifying a disease from its signs and symptoms. So I'm trying to combine this one and the last one. The last one was a verb. So you diagnose a diagnosis. You figure out what the diagnosis is by diagnosing. And maybe you can use your nose in a diagnosis because maybe something smells. 1b, the decision reached by diagnosis is the diagnosis. I will never get over the strange phenomena of hearing and saying a word so many times it becomes just nonsense. Number 2, a concise technical description of a taxon. What's a taxon? A concise technical description of a taxon. No clue what a taxon is. Can't help you out there. 3a, investigation or analysis of the cause or nature of a condition, situation, or problem, as in diagnosis of engine trouble. Again, this is like the number 2 definition for the verb of diagnose, which said to analyze the cause or nature of. So it's not a medical thing. It's just, trying to figure out the condition, the situation, the problem of a thing. Got to do a diagnosis to figure out what's going on. 3b, a statement or conclusion from such analysis. From such an analysis. Let's see. So this has more etymology than the last one, because the last one just came from this one. This is from the Greek diagignoskein, and that means to distinguish, which is from dia plus gignoskein, which means to know, K-N-O-W, like, I know what you did last summer. There's more at the word know. So, yes, this is all about knowing a thing, figuring out a thing so then you know it. Medically, something with your engine, something else, you know it. You're learning it, you're figuring it out. And I wonder, it doesn't say, but it does say that it's using the dia prefix, and so I wonder if that's the one, is that about across and through? Is there a different one? I'm not seeing anything different than that. So how does across and through, you have to go through a thing, you have to learn across it to know it? Yeah, I'm not sure about that. The next word. Boom, boom, bomb. Diagnosis-related group. 3 words. Noun from 1977. The synonym is DRG, and you would think that the actual definition would be here with the words that are all spelled out instead of just DRG. But I guess if DRG is more common, then maybe that's where they want to put the definition. So you're going to have to wait a bit until we get to DRG to find out what is a diagnosis-related group. The next word, boom, boom. Diagnostic or diagnostical. First form, adjective from 1625. 1A, of, relating to, or used in diagnosis, as in a diagnostic tool. What might you use? Well, you might use the stethoscope, which is the thing with the middle metal, the little metal thing with the little what's it called, the diaphragm on it, and then you put it in your ears, so then you can hear like heartbeats and the lungs and things. So that would be a diagnostic tool. You might use the little thing with the light and the magnifying glass to look in the eyeballs or in the nose or in the ear or in the mouth. What else? There's so many things. There's the pulse taker, and there's the blood pressure cuff thing, and there's, even just a scale to see your weight or measure your height. What else? What other the MRI machine, the CAT scan, the X-ray. Those would all be diagnostic tools, I think. Number 2. Is that where we are? Yes. Number 2. Serving to distinguish or identify. As in, oh no, I skipped one. Sorry. Backtrack. 1B. Using the methods of or yielding a diagnosis. As in, diagnostic tests. You gotta go do some tests to figure out the diagnosis. I will actually be taking somebody to go to a test next week. They're going to have some tests to figure out some stuff, and so those will be diagnostic tests. Here we have number 2, serving to distinguish or identify, as in a diagnostic feature. Diagnostically is an adverb. Next word, boom, boom. Diagnostic second form. Noun from 1625. 1. The art or practice of diagnosis. This is often used in plural. Diagnostics? So the art or practice of diagnosis is diagnostics. You're using all those things, the tests, the tools, to do the diagnosising. Number 2. A distinguishing mark. So what would that be? A diagnostic is a distinguishing mark for what? There's no example. I mean, I guess a diagnosis, if you're using one of these tools or tests and then you have a diagnosis, that is a distinguishing mark because it distinguishes, I guess, you from having the diagnosis or not. I don't know, that's a little confusing. Diagnostician. Diagnostician is a noun. That is the one who is doing the diagnosing. There is one more word for this. Nope. Yes. My brain saw 2 things. We have one more word for this episode, two forms of it. Boom, boom. Diagonal. Diagonal, diagonal. I guess you can take out one syllable if you like. Diagonal or diagonal. This is the first form, diagonal, adjective from 1563. 1a, joining two vertices of a rectilinear figure that are non-adjacent, or two vertices of a polyhedral figure that are not in the same face. Okay, so, well, the easiest description is the first one, which is rectilinear figure, that's like a square or a rectangle or some sort of similar shape. And so the diagonal, let's say this rectilinear, I keep on saying it wrong, rectilinear figure has four corners. If you draw a line from one of the corners to the opposite corner, that would be the diagonal. Now, it says that they are non-adjacent because adjacent means that they would be next to each other. So the two corners on one side, you can't make a diagonal from those because they're on the same side. You can't draw a line. There's already a line that goes between them. That's a different thing. Or a polyhedral figure, that's going to be one that has maybe a bunch of lines and corners, which are called vertices, more than four, and any two of them that are not on the same side, they're not non-adjacent, they're not next to each other, any of those lines would be a diagonal. So I guess in that one, you could have lots of diagonals. 1b, passing through two non-adjacent edges of a polyhedron, as in a diagonal plane. Plane, that's not the plane, that is the flat two-dimensional plane. So passing through two non-adjacent edges. So if we take a polyhedron, let's say it's got 7 sides, and you take two of the sides, those would be, two non-adjacent edges. So they can't be next to each other. And then I guess if you draw a line or you put a plane through them, that would be a diagonal. So it doesn't have to be from corner to corner. It could just be something that cuts through two sides. I think that's what it's saying. Number 2a, inclined obliquely from a reference line, and the example of this reference line is the vertical. Inclined obliquely from a reference line as the vertical, as in wood with a diagonal grain. So obliquely means that it's kind of at an angle, which is automatically like a diagonal. The reference line, okay, so I guess the reference line, if it's a piece of wood like a 2x4, the vertical part of that, the long edge of that might be the reference line, and then the grain is going obliquely from that vertical line, that side, so that's a diagonal. It's a diagonal grain. 2b, having diagonal markings or parts, as in a diagonal weave. And maybe that's like a basket weave, a carpet weave, a rug weave, something that's the diagonals, it's got markings that go at a diagonal. This is from the Greek diagonios, which means from angle to angle. From angle to angle. This is from dia plus gonia, which means angle. It's also akin to the Greek word gony, Gony, which means knee, like the thing on your leg, the knee, where it helps your leg create an angle as you bend it. There's more at the word knee, Knee. Sorry, I kicked a thing under this desk. Okay, I'm a little confused as how, I guess, okay. So we got gony, which means knee, which is related to gonia, which means angle, and then if you put the dia prefix on there, it means from angle to angle because the dia prefix means through or across. So, across from angle, the first angle, across to the other angle. So that's diagonios, and it's diagonal. Then it became diagonal. It's fascinating. One more word for this episode. Bum, bum, ba bum, bum, bum. Diagonal second form, noun from 1571. 1. A diagonal, straight line, or plane. It can be a diagonal from anything to anywhere, but it has to be at a diagonal. 2A1. A diagonal direction. If you are walking, driving, flying a plane, taking a train, a bus, a boat, that's going across a diagonal from one corner to another corner, that's a diagonal direction. 2A2. A diagonal row, arrangement, or pattern. I don't know, that could be so many different things that could be in a diagonal row, arrangement, or pattern. If you take out your M&Ms and you sort them by color, and then you create a fun design where the greens are going in a diagonal, that would be a diagonal. 2B. Something oriented in diagonal position. So just off center, off kilter, oblique from the normal position. Number 3 is the number 4 definition for the word slash, which is probably either the backslash or the forward slash, like on a keyboard. That's what I'm guessing, because those are at a diagonal position. There is a phrase, on the diagonal, and this means in an oblique direction, and the synonym there is diagonally. So if you are going in an oblique direction, maybe you're crossing the street, but instead of going from one corner to another corner that are on the same side, you're going from one corner, you're crossing through the middle of the entire intersection. Would that be kitty corner? You're going across from one corner to the opposite corner, and you would be going on the diagonal. Diagonally. We're going to talk about that word in the next episode. And I think we're ending it there. For some reason I had this. Oh, yeah, probably because of that. Okay. So the words today, let's do a little repeat of them. We had diaresis, diagenesis. Let's see, what were they? The diaresis is the mark that we talked about in the previous episode. Diag is the abbreviation. Diagenesis is making a new thing from other things. Diageotropic is the things that grow at right angles to the gravity. Diagnosis, diagnosis-related group. Diagnostic, diagonal. All right. So what do we got? There's some good ones in here. I kind of feel like we should do diagnosis maybe, because that's just an important thing in the medical world. Diagenesis, though, is also very interesting because it's new things from another thing. Let's see. I do love a good diagonal. I remember, I think back in high school, my friend was like, I am going to walk the shortest distance I can when I'm walking home from school. Or I'm going to walk straight from this tree to that tree. And so ever since then, I do that sometimes. I'm like, I'm going to go on a diagonal because you are walking a less distance. If you're trying to go from point A to point B, the shortest distance is a straight line. But if you follow the sidewalks and the roads, those aren't usually diagonals. So if you want to cut down in distance and time, you can, but you got to be very careful. You shouldn't be crossing streets where there is no crosswalk. You got to be careful of cars and things. But if it's very empty, maybe you can be okay. Or if you're just, you got to look both ways a lot. I don't know where I was going with that. Oh, let's pick diagenesis as the word of the episode. Diagenesis, make a new thing from another thing from a chemical method. Diagenesis. Let's come up with some new songs, maybe. All right, that is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. Go ahead, do all those things, write a review, share it, subscribe, follow me on the social media, merchandise, Patreon, Google Voice, YouTube, email, all that fun stuff. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Oh, why is this thing dinging at me? Oh, is it every time I blink? I'm making a TikTok video. We gotta say the words. I mean, I look gorgeous on TikTok. You gotta see it with this new mustache and everything. Ooh-wee. The first word in this episode is diagonalize. D-I-A-G-O-N-A-L-I-Z-E. Transitive verb from 1942. To put a matrix in a form with all the non-zero elements along the diagonal from upper left to lower right. That's the diagonal. That's the end of this TikTok video, and done. Okay, put in the hashtags that I just grabbed, after which I cut out of the episode so you won't hear that blankness, and post, and okay, that was just a wonderful TikTok video. I hope you go check that out at Speejampar, Spejampar, to see my fancy made up mustachioed face, my makeup mustache makeup, made up and mustached, yeah. Okay, so we just talked about how to diagonalize a thing, a matrix, put them along the diagonal or something with that. It's rows and columns of numbers, I think. Diagonalizable is an adjective. This matrix of numbers is diagonalizable because it can be diagonalized. And we can do a diagonalization. That's a noun. 1942. Why didn't people figure this out before that? Or they just didn't have a name to it? Maybe, yeah, one of those things. The next word is diagonally. Adverb from 1541. In a diagonal manner. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it in the manner of a diagonal. Oh, you mean diagonally? Yes. Good sir, we are going to do it diagonally. Let's cross from this part of the intersection diagonally across these two busy roads to go to the other corner of the intersection. But it's very busy and unsafe. Let's not do that. Bad idea. I completely forgot to do a sound effect, didn't I? I'll do, what's the sound when you're twisting your mustache? Because I have a new mustache. You go, hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Foiled again. We'll do foiled again, sure. Let's do that. So, you can pretend that foiled again happened before the word diagonally. Before I move off from diagonally, I have a short little story of this word in my life, like most people do, I'm sure. No, I was sitting at a computer, and there was a word, because they measure the inches of a monitor across the diagonal in a diagonal way, diagonally, and somewhere it said something diagonally. Maybe it was like a 22-inch monitor diagonally. And I read the word, and in my brain, I changed how to emphasize the word, just how you emphasize the syllables. And instead of diagonally, in my head, I said diagonally. And I was like, whoa, that diagonally is in Harry Potter. Is that where she got the name? Did she just change the way you pronounce diagonally and came up with Diagon Alley? Or is Diagon something else? I mean, we have these. Is there a diagonal word? Where is it? Yes, it's right there. No, a diagon. A diagon. Is there a diagon? I don't think there is a diagon in this. So, is it an old Latin word? Where did she come up with this? This person who a lot of people are not happy with these days. Yeah, that's all I want to know. as if she was changing the pronunciation of diagonally to diagonally. And why is my watch listening to me? Let's move on to the next word. Ooh, foiled again. Diagonal matrix. Noun from 1927. A diagonalized matrix. This is the matrix that has gone through a diagonalization. I don't know why those words are just fun to say. The next word. Ooh, foiled again. Diagram. First form, noun from 1619. 1. A graphic design that explains rather than represents. It's a diagram, so it's not representational of a thing. It's not metaphorical. There aren't pictures that represent other things, I guess. No, this is a design that explains. It's charts and numbers and things like that show how things have changed over time, or how much money have you made over time, or any other sorts of thing that explains the information rather than just representing the information. I can't think of what representing the information would be other than a picture. That's all I can think of. Ooh, especially a drawing that shows arrangement and relations. Relations of what? Relations of parts. Number 2, the line drawing made for mathematical and scientific purposes. The line that you draw is a diagram, but very specifically for scientific purposes, or mathematical, I guess that's fine too. Diagrammable is an adjective. Diagrammatic or diagrammatical, those are adjectives. Diagrammatically is an adverb. Diagrammatically. Just do that thing like a diagram. Do that thing like a diagram. Do that thing, do that thing, do it diagrammatically. The next word. Ooh, foiled again. The second form of diagram is a verb, a transitive verb, wait, is there no year? There it is, 1785. For some reason, that entire line just disappeared out of my vision. Diagrammed could be with one M or two M's, and same with diagramming, one M or two M's. It just depends on how many M's you like. This word diagram is to represent by or put into the form of a diagram, as in diagram a sentence. That's when you're writing all the words like, okay, this word over here is the noun, and this one's the verb, and this one's the adjective, and this section is called this, but I don't know those things because I didn't do so good in English, so I only remember the basics. You're talking about all the different parts of the sentence. There's the articles and the contractions and the adverbs. The other example for the second form of diagram is diagram a football play. You got the X's and you got the O's, and I don't know which one stands for which, but I would assume O stands for offense, because that just makes sense. I mean, why would you do it any other way, honestly? Or is one of them always your team, and the other one's the other team, or is one of them offense, the other one's defense, and you change? Sometimes you're the X's and sometimes you're the O's. I never played the football, so I was never privy to how this whole chart thing works. I mean, diagram. Diagram. The next word. Foiled again. Diakinesis or diakinesis? Diakinesis? Maybe. Diakinesis makes much more sense. D-I-A, what? What letter is that? Ka? D-I-A-K-I-N-E-S-I-S. Diakinesisters. Oh, that's a preview to something that hasn't happened yet. This one is a noun from circa 1902. The final stage of the meiotic phosphase, marked by contraction of the bivalence. I mean, that's what I would have said. Foiled again. The first form of this next word is called dial. I completely Screwed up my whole method. The next word is dial. This is the first form. Noun from the 15th century. 1. The face of a sundial. It's just the dial. Hey, what's the dial say? It's probably between 3 and 4 o'clock. Actually, no. Right now, it's between 4 and 5 o'clock. For real, though. Number 2 is obsolete, and the synonym is timepiece. Because the timepiece is a dial. It's a thing going around in a circle, which I guess it's a dial. 3. The graduated face of a timepiece. And I think the word graduated here just means that it's marked off where the minutes and hours are. I think that's just what you mean. Like a graduated, what do you call it? Measuring cup, one of those big glass measuring cups. One that's graduated. It hasn't finished high school or college or 8th grade or kindergarten. It's not wearing a top hat and a cape, and it's not getting a diploma, and it doesn't get to walk to pomp and circumstance. No, it's graduated in the fact that it has the lines for the different measurements. And, with a word like this, in a meaning like this, which you don't hear terribly often, at least I don't, you wonder how many definitions for the word graduated are there, and maybe there's ones I can't even think of. Number 4A for dial. A face upon which some measurement is registered, usually by means of graduations and a pointer, as in the thermometer. The thermometer dial reads 70 degrees. So this wouldn't be one of the thermometers that's a line, a vertical line, or a horizontal line, a thing that you stick in your mouth, or a thing that goes on the wall. This one is one of the thermometers that goes in a circle, because it's a dial, because it's the things that goes revolves, and we'll talk more about that in the etymology. For B, a device that may be operated to make electrical, as in connections. No. Where did it go? To make electrical connections or to regulate the operation of a machine. There was the little brackets that show that there's an example was in the next line down. So my eyes did a weird thing there, which does happen when you get older. Oh, I was having a hard time looking at my phone today. I definitely need bifocals. Good thing I'm going to totally schedule an eye appointment soon. I will do it. I promise you. The examples for 4B, which is all about making electrical connections, a radio dial or a telephone dial. You'll get to hear more about me talk about telephones in a couple episodes with a wonderful guest who, hey, let's just talk about that right now. Michael Callahan from the podcast Where We Go Next. I recorded with him yesterday, and his episode is coming up in 2 days? 2 days from now. And he is great, just like all of my other guests. He is really great, and he is very smart, and his podcast is totally worth a check because he just talks about lots of different topics with interesting people, with people who know a lot about that topic. And so I heard episodes about, a stand-up comedian. She knows a lot about being a stand-up comedian because she's done it for a long time. And so it was a really intelligent talk about stand-up comedy. There was a guy, one of the co-founders of the electric car company Aptera, which seems like it is changing the game again for electric cars, just like how Tesla changed the game for electric cars. So they've got a lot of solar panels, and they can go further. They have different versions that can go further than a Tesla, and I think the solar panels are really, really awesome because I've been saying, put some damn solar panels on a car. And they're doing it, and they're doing it in a really, really great way, it sounds like. And also, the car looks different. Because why? Because they can. So this might be the future of where the cars go. Where the cars go. So go check out Where We Go Next. Michael Callahan is the host. I also listened to an episode about fasting, which was really interesting. And he is going to be on this show in 2 days, 2 episodes. And we had a great time. Okay. Where did we leave off? We were on dial. We finished that. The etymology for dial is from Middle Latin dialis, which means clock, wheel, revolving daily. Clock, wheel, revolving daily, yes, which is from the Latin dies or dies. How do you say that? Dies? It's spelled dies. I'm trying to remember my Latin times. How do you say it? Dies? Anyway, it means day. So it's a thing that's going every day, and it's revolving in a circle. It's a wheel. It's a clock wheel that revolves every day. It's probably of just a very early clock, I guess. Smarty people who figured out how to create that whole little gear system to make it tick in a regular amount of time. It's really fascinating. Chronologists, I think that's what they're called. The people who do the things with the time. Okay, that was dial, and there's more of the word deity, and I think I remember saying deity. Is that related to the word day? Because that seems interesting. I don't know if it is, though. The next word, foiled again? Second form of dial is a verb from 1653. We are starting with transitive, number 1, to measure with a dial. Number 2A, to manipulate a device as a dial so as to operate, regulate, or select, as in dial your favorite program. Maybe it's on a TV, you're turning the dial. I had one of those TVs because I grew up during the time before we had really cool fancy TVs, and you have to turn the dial. There was a VHF dial and a UHF dial, and I didn't totally understand it, but they were at different frequencies in the air sending from the thing to your TV, and we definitely had that. And another example, dialed the wrong number. This could be either with the revolving thing. Oh, see, this is interesting. The old phones, the original way to dial, I think, was with the rotary phone, the thing that you put your finger in the number and turn it around, and it would go click, 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 click. And so that was a dial because it was a circle and it was revolving. But then we got the phones that didn't have the rotary thing, and it was the touch tone phone, but you still said that you would be dialing a number even though it's a different dial. We lived through, it probably started before me, but people lived through this evolution of a word, and they probably didn't even realize it. But maybe they do now. Let's see. I think we read all of those things. Yes. Yes, we're on this part over here. Wrong number. Here's 2B. What? This synonym is the number 1M1 definition for the word call, which is literally what I was just talking about. If you call a number, you dial a number, as in the example, dialed the office. Let's go. Call up the office. Shall we dial it? I just think it's crazy, and I vaguely remember this, that there was a 1M1 definition. That means there's at least M many sub-definitions for number 1, and that is a lot. There's a lot of ways to use the word call, clearly. Intransitive, number 1, to manipulate a dial, just to turn it, manipulate it with your hands. Maybe you can manipulate it mentally and make it feel guilty for something. I don't know. How do you manipulate? Number 2, to make a telephone call or connection. Dialer is a noun. The person dialing, the thing that dials, maybe the thing on the rotary phone, could be the dialer. No, it's probably just the dial. Foiled again. The third form of dial is an abbreviation for, number 1, dialect. Number 2, dialectical. And one of those words is in this episode, and it's the next word. Foiled again. Dialect. Noun from 1577, 1A, a regional variety of language distinguished by features of vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation from other regional varieties and constituting together with them a single language, as in the Doric dialect of ancient Greek. That went on way longer than I expected it to. I should have looked ahead. So it's the version of a language that's in a certain region of where that language is spoken. And so, they will have a different accent. They'll probably use different words. It could even be more drastic than that. They could even potentially have like maybe a lot of different words. I don't really know. But it's usually, they can speak with each other, but it's like, definitely can. I'm trying to think of a good example. Like in America, we have the Mid-East, the Middle West, the Midwest. We have sort of the New England kind of accent. There's versions of that. So are each of those regions, would those be considered a dialect, or would a dialect be even smaller than just a region? It does say it's regional, but how big are these regions we're talking about? Pronunciation difference is different from place to place. Let's see, constituting together with them a single language, and it becomes kind of its own new thing, I guess. 1B. One of two or more cognate languages, as in French and Italian, are Romance dialects. So those are definitely two completely different languages. Both come from the same place, from Latin, all that. But I've never heard that used as dialects used in that way. I don't think we use that one so much. 1C, a variety of a language used by the members of a group, as in such dialects as politics and advertising. And that is a quote from Philip Howard. So I'm wondering if Philip Howard was talking about how in politics you use a lot of words to talk with your coworkers that you wouldn't probably use to non-politicians. So it kind of has its own language, its own dialect. It's maybe English if you're in an English-speaking country, but it's different. It's like, mathematicians. They'll have their own dialect to talk about mathy things that other people don't know. Musicians will talk about things in a certain way. What's another thing that uses like jargon? Like corporate culture, I guess. You could say that has its own dialect kind of. Advertising, yeah. They talk about stuff in a certain way, and they got their own words that the rest of us don't use. 1D, a variety of language whose identity is fixed by a factor other than geography. Like social class would be an example of that. Definitely different dialects between the social classes. That's a whole other way to look at people. As in, spoke a rough peasant dialect. I'm not even going to try to do that. A rough peasant dialect. Oh, you're such a peasant. We're all peasants. Number E is the number 4C definition for the word register. Register and dialect. It must have to do with your voice. 1F, a version of a computer programming language, is a dialect. Yeah, I don't do any computer programming, but that does make sense. I mean, you already call them languages, so if there's sub-variant versions of those languages, yeah, they'd be a dialect. Number 2, manner or means of expressing oneself, and the synonym is phraseology. How do you speak? What words or phrases do you use? You can probably figure out a lot about me, about the phrases and the words that I use. Dialectal is an adjective and dialectically is an adverb. Okay, we should look at the etymology real quick before we move on. From Greek dialectos, which means conversation or dialect, from dialegesthai, which means to converse, and there's more at the word dialogue. We have not gotten to that one yet. That will be soon. Dialect. It's just fascinating. You look at across the world and you can literally see, if you map out dialects and words that are used, you can literally see the evolution throughout the world. I just feel like there's seamless transitions. Like we were in northern Italy, and we went to a place very north, close to like Germany and Austria, or whichever country is closer. And we were getting prepared to talk to people in Italian, and we learned some phrases and stuff. And then it turned out that we were in such a small northern area that they mostly just spoke German. And they obviously spoke Italian too, but it was largely German. And all the signs had the like city names and other things in both languages. I had never really seen that before. So city names in both German and Italian. And some people spoke English, but it was a lot less than we expected. Not that we were expecting everybody to speak English, but, we've been told that a lot of people in Italy speak English. But when you get a little further away, you're definitely going to come across some people who don't. And why would they have a reason to? Most Americans, English people, don't go where they are. But it is beautiful, and they were very nice. I just thought it was interesting. It was in those cusp areas of language. The next word, foiled again. Dialect atlas, 2 words, noun from 1925. The synonym is linguistic atlas, which obviously we don't know what that means because we haven't gotten to the L's yet. So we will just have to wait patiently for that one like we do all the time for words that we haven't gotten to yet. The next word, and the last word, foiled again. Dialect geography. 2 words, noun from 1926. The synonym is linguistic geography. So we had linguistic atlas, and now we have linguistic geography. And I just think both of those sound fascinating, and I don't know what they are about at all. Today, we have to read the words so we can come up with a word of the episode, because that's how we do things around here. We had diagonalize, diagonally, or as I like to say, diagonally, diagonal matrix, diagram, diakinesis, dialect, dialect atlas, and dialect geography. I think I do probably have to pick dialect as the word of the episode. I was kind of tempted to pick diagonally because of my wonderful, fun story about how I changed it to Diagon Alley, which is just a really cool place, and I want to go live there. But I don't know. I think dialect is just kind of more interesting because it's just about a language, and I talked about that, and so we don't have to talk more about that, but we do have to sing a song. This is the dialect song. I am much worse at accents than I think, so I shouldn't probably sing any accents. That's a weird end to a song. Dialect, 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 dialect. Yeah, that's all you got to do. Okay, I think that is a fine place to end this episode because I have to go get my laundry. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Bye-bye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the dictionary. I'm checking the volume. Why does this sound a little low to me? I haven't changed anything. Is it my ears? Is it the headphones? I think this is fine. Hey, everybody. How are you doing? Please go write a review and rate this podcast on your favorite podcast catcher platform thing, especially Apple Podcasts. That would be wonderful. Share it, subscribe to it, share it with all the people you know. You can follow this show on Instagram and Twitter at dictionarypod, and my personal is at spejampar, SPEJAMPAR. You can use that same username for TikTok to see some dictionary podcast related tiki-takis. And also on YouTube, Speejampar, at Speejampar, to see my YouTube page, which also includes dictionary stuff and some other videos that I have made, random things, even some old home movies if you want to see those, of me, mostly me, and maybe some other people. If you want to join the Patreon, $1 a month, $5 a month, those will get you things. and I think you should go do that. And if you want to, if you like the logo or some other things that I've made, go check out the merchandise link on TeePublic. You can buy some merchandise from me. What else? YouTube, I already said that. There's a Google Voice number, 917-727-5757. The email is dictionarypod@gmail.com. And if you are a podcast host and you would like to be on the show, then let me know. And if you want me to be on your show, let me know. If you want to do an ad swap, let me know. Let me know about all the things. Okay, the first word in this episode is dialectic. D-I-A-L-E-C-T-I-C. Noun. From the 14th century, we have many definitions, and they're all nouns. Number 1 is the 1A1 definition for the word logic. The very, very, very first definition, I assume, for the word logic. 1A1 seems like it would be the first one. It can't go any earlier than that. There's no 1A0 or anything like that. Dialectic. 2A, discussion and reasoning by dialogue as a method of intellectual investigation, specifically the Socratic techniques of exposing false beliefs and eliciting truth. Okay, so this is interesting. So you're talking by using a dialogue, talking back and forth. We're going to talk more about dialogue at the end of this episode, but it's, talking back and forth. You are having a discussion using that method, and you're doing this, you're investigating things, and you're doing it intellectually. And then the Socratic techniques of exposing false beliefs and eliciting truth is another way to use this word, dialectic. Yeah, we will have to put a link in the show notes. Again, I say we, I mean I. And then I can't wait to get to the word Socratic. That's going to be interesting. That's, of course, about Socrates, the old Greek philosopher guy who I think did a lot of other things too. 2B, so I assume this is going to be similar to what we just read. 2B is the Platonic investigation of the eternal ideas. And I believe that is based on Plato, who was somehow connected to Socrates. I don't remember who came first, the Socrates or the Plato. So this one is about investigating internal ideas, the Platonic investigation of the eternal ideas. What are the eternal ideas? But then the Socratic one is about exposing false beliefs, so beliefs that are wrong, and also eliciting truth. So Socrates was all about the truth, and Plato was all about the eternal ideas. All right, we're going to have to put a link for that one too. Number 3, the logic of fallacy is dialectic. The logic of fallacy. So fallacy, it's like things that are fake, wrong, right, untrue, unreal, kind of like that. And this is the logic of that is dialectic, and I don't understand what that means. Okay, we're going to get into some more weeds here. 4A, we have 4A, 4B1, 4B2, 4B3, so there's a lot under this number 4 umbrella. So starting with 4A, the Hegelian process of change in which a concept or its realization passes over into and is preserved and fulfilled by its opposite. Also, the critical investigation of this process. And I don't know if that word at the beginning is Hegelian, I think it's one of those two probably. I don't know who that is named after or what exactly that is named after, but it's a process of change where I'm trying to comprehend this. This is way more complicated, a much more complicated section than I thought. a change of process in which a concept or its realization, so an idea or the creation of an idea, passes over into and is preserved and fulfilled by its opposite. And then also, the critical investigation of this process is also called dialectic. Yeah, that is confusing to me. It's not helpful. What about this one? Is this going to be as confusing? Is it going to help us understand this more? 4B1, and it's usually plural. Development through the stages of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis in accordance in accordance with the laws of dialectical materialism. Man, when I read this stuff, this is what makes me feel so dumb. I know that there are people many, many years ago and today and throughout all those years who totally understand this stuff, but I am just not there. I feel like there is something in my brain that just stops working, and it's probably just because I didn't study it. I didn't study thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. I can't even say the word, so why would I study it? Dialectical materialism. It seems like this whole dialectic word and everything, all the ways that you can use it, it seems very interesting. I think I need to study some philosophy to understand it better. But a little sneak peek, the guest who I'm going to have in tomorrow's episode, which I've already recorded, he was getting into a conversation with one of his guests recently, and based on what they were saying and their level of knowledge of things, I have a feeling they totally understand this. They totally know what it is. They seem like the type of people who would get this thing. I'm just not quite there yet. 4B2 is the investigation of this process. What process is this? It's the development through the stages of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis in accordance with the laws of dialectical materialism. And then investigating that is also dialectic. And here's 4B3, the theoretical application of this process, especially in the social sciences. So I guess for all of these 4Bs, 1, 2, and 3, it would be dialectics with an S at the end. And again, maybe if we can find a specific link of some kind for this one specifically, we'll put it in the show notes. Number 5 is also usually plural. I should backtrack actually. 4B1, I think, is the only one that's usually plural. I guess 4B2 and 4B3 are not usually plural. So 5 is usually plural, dialectics. 5A is any systematic reasoning, exposition, or argument that juxtaposes opposed or contradictory ideas and usually seeks to resolve their conflict. Okay, I feel like I'm seeing a bit of a pattern, and I maybe we'll talk more about that in the etymology. If it's even helpful, it might not be. 5B, an intellectual exchange of ideas is a dialectic. I can understand that one much better than all these other ones. And I guess 5A, systematic reasoning, exposition, or argument that juxtaposes opposed or contradictory ideas. So it puts these like contradictory ideas sort of against each other, and then tries to seeks to resolve their conflict. Try and figure out how and why are they contradictory, and maybe we can make them not contradictory. Okay, something about that. Number 6, the dialectical tension or opposition between two interacting forces or elements. Okay, those were all of the definitions. The etymology says this is from all the way down to the Greek word dialektikos, which means of conversation, and that's pretty much it. So a conversation, it's usually between two people, like a dialogue. We see dialogue here too. That's usually between at least two people. They're talking about a thing. They're going back and forth. Maybe they have differing ideas. So these are the things that I'm seeing that are kind of common between a lot of these. Dialogue, two people, differing ideas, falsities, truth. What else? Anything? Yeah, opposites. These are just concepts that are coming up again and again here. Ooh, let's see. Yeah, we definitely had juxtaposed, contradictory ideas, resolving their conflict, exchanging ideas, opposition. Yeah, so it's a fascinating concept that can be used. This word can be used in so many different, similar but different ways. Oh, yeah. That was a lot for my brain to handle. But hey, there's more. And oh yeah, there's a lot more. All right, the sound effect we're going to do is just going to be ba-ba-doo-ba-bow. I've probably done that before. This next word is dialectical, or just dialectic again. Adjective from 1548. 1A, of, relating to, or in accordance with dialectic, as in dialectical method. So, that's probably connected to any number of the definitions that we just read. If it's something if it's a dialectic thing, it's being done in a dialectic way, it's a dialectical thing. 1B, practicing, devoted to, or I lost my place, or in accordance, practicing, devoted to, or employing dialectic, as in a dialectic philosopher. Which kind of dialectic philosopher are we talking about? The one who's using the Socratic technique, the Platonic investigation, the Hegelian process, or maybe one of these other things? It's probably any one of them is fine. It's a dialectical philosopher. They're probably using dialogue to talk. Number 2, of, relating to, or characteristic of a dialect. And that one, that's more about the voice, the language thing, I think, I would assume. Dialectically is an adverb, and there's no additional etymology. The next word, ba-ba-doo-ba-da-bop. Dialectical materialism. 2 words, noun from 1927. This sounds interesting. The Marxist theory that maintains the material basis of a reality constantly changing in a dialectical process and the priority of matter over mind. Compare to historical materialism. How is that different? So this one is a theory from Marx. I think this would be Karl Marx. And it says that the material basis of a reality, so I guess the physical basis of a reality, is constantly changing in a dialectical process. Which one of these dialectical processes? I'm not sure. It's when I need to know more about dialectical. Okay, so this dialectical process and the priority of matter over mind. So I just can't, I don't know. I just feel so dumb sometimes. Don't you? Michael Callahan should have been on this episode too. The next word. Ba-ba-doo-ba-da-bow. Dialectician. Noun from circa 1693. 1. One who is skilled in or practices dialectic. And then 2, a student of dialects. They're studying the dialects of a country. They are a dialectician, or they're practicing one of these dialectic philosophical thought process things. The next word. Dialectologist. Dialectologist. Noun from circa 1874. I would think that this would be similar to dialectician. This is a specialty in dialectology, which is bada-boo-ba-dee-boo. Our next word, dialectology, noun from circa 1864. 1. The systematic study of dialect. Doesn't say of a dialect, just dialect in general. Number 2, the body of data or data available for study of a dialect. So it seems like, yeah, this one and the previous one seem like they are specifically about dialects, probably the linguistic dialects, and opposed to this philosophical discussion idea. How do you say this word? Dialectological, that is an adjective, and dialectologically, holy sheesh, dialectologically, that is an adverb. Hooey, that's a funky word to say. So, I think the thing that my brain shuts down with, specifically with dialectic and things related to that, it's not the concept of what it deals with. It's more about what do they say? How do they talk about this? What are the conversations like? So I think that's where if I can read that or hear that, it'll make me understand this a lot better. But when I just read a short definition, it's not enough. It's not enough. I guess reading the dictionary is just not enough. Okay, let's move on to some different words. Bap bap boop boop bado. Diallel. Diallel. Adjective from 1920. Relating to or being the crossing of each of several individuals with two or more others in order to determine the relative genetic contribution of each parent to specific characters in the offspring. Okay. Well, first of all, let's say that this is from the Greek dialelos or dialelos, which means reciprocating. So I guess that's sort of like a back and forth kind of thing. That is from dia, which means through, and allelon or allelon, which means one another. So through one another, from one goes to the other, goes back to the other. And there's more at the prefix allelo. Does my voice sound weird, or is it just my headphones or something? I don't know. Anyway, so this is dealing with the genes. Let's see if we can figure this one out. Relating to or being the crossing of each of several individuals. Okay, so you take individuals and you cross them. What, like, are they mating together and they create offspring? So two or more others. The crossing of each of several individuals with two or more others in order to determine the relative genetic contribution of each parent. Okay, so I think this is about seeing if genes are recessive or dominant. And so, okay, I think this is what we're talking about. This gets down to the pea plants. This was the first person to learn about the genes using the pea plants. I don't remember their name, but basically, I think they would create offspring from different plants. They would make different connections. So maybe they had like 10 plants. It's not really what you would do with humans. It's not so ethical to create this test with humans. But let's say 10 pea plants. So they would probably then mate each of the plants with all the other ones and all the different combinations that those 10 plants could have. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, whatever. And then they would look at the characteristics of the offspring of those plants to see which characteristics were passed along and were not passed along, I think. Something about diallel. It's that's the whole process. I think I'm probably close, but I probably missed something. Let's move on. Beep-boop-beep-boo. The next word is dialogue box. 2 words, and dialogue is just dialog. The other dialogue we're going to have has an additional spelling. So dialogue box, noun from 1984. A window on a computer screen for choosing options or inputting information. I still, to this day, use this. We got our first computer, I think, in 1984, and just anytime some sort of box pops up that says, choose this, what color would you like, what save options do you want, it's called a dialog box. I don't know if everybody knows this, but I've always called it that. I guess I was right. I have questioned myself. It's a box where you can have a dialogue with the computer. You're talking back and forth to each other. Hello, computer. How are you, Spencer? The next word. Bididoo-didoo. Dialogic or dialogical. Adjective from 1833 of relating to or characterized by dialogue, as in dialogic writing. So I guess that would be something written down of characters having a dialogue, something back and forth. Maybe not characters, maybe it's the writer, the author having a dialogue with something else. I don't know. Anyway, dialogic, it's an example. It's just about dialogue. Dialogically is an adverb. And back to dialogue box, it doesn't say why they used a different spelling here, but maybe we'll find more soon. I don't know about that one. The next word, ba-ba-bo-ba-ba-boo. Dialogist. No, this you could say it a few ways. Dialogist, dialogist, or dialogist. Dialogist. I think I would say that one, dialogist. Noun from 1651, number 1, a writer of dialogues. The one who is writing dialogues is the dialogist. If you are a screenwriter and you write conversations between probably 2 or more people, you are a dialogist. Number 2, one who participates in a dialogue. If we were having a conversation, okay, in tomorrow's episode, Michael Callahan and I had a dialogue. We would talk back and forth, which you will hear tomorrow, and or whenever you hear this. And so we were both dialogists. Dialogistic is, you can pronounce that a whole bunch of ways. That's an adjective. Boop, 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 boop. The last word is dialogue, spelled either D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E, or you can hack off the U-E. This is the first form, noun from the 13th century. 1. A written composition in which 2 or more characters are represented as conversing. That's what that is. You know, it's in a book, it's in a screenplay, it's in a play, it's in a whatever it is. 2 or more characters conversing with each other. They're having a dialogue. 2A, a conversation between 2 or more persons. Also, a similar exchange between a person and something else, like a computer. So yes, obviously, it doesn't have to be in a play. It could just be in real life. In real life, people can talk to each other and they're having a dialogue, or one human can talk to another thing. And there are programs with some artificial intelligence kind of that will talk back to you. Oh, you can definitely have a dialogue with like a Siri or an Alexa, something like that. Yep, I think those are all the options. 2B, an exchange of ideas and opinions, as in organized a series of dialogues on human rights. So it's still a conversation, but in this case, it's more about let's talk about a specific thing and exchange our ideas and our opinions about it. Let's have a dialogue about human rights. Well, right now it's just me. I'm just talking to myself. So it's not really a dialogue, but I will just say that I think human rights are great and every human has rights and they should be respected and not gotten rid of. 2C, a discussion between representatives of parties to a conflict that is aimed at resolution, as in a constructive dialogue between loggers and environmentalists. So they are again, talking about something specific, and they want to come up with a resolution, a way that's going to make them all happy, and that's called a dialogue, because they are literally having a dialogue. 3. The conversational element of literary or dramatic composition, as in, very little dialogue in this film. It's just not a lot of conversations going on in that movie. Maybe it's a silent movie, or maybe it's people just ain't talking. Number 4, a musical composition for 2 or more parts suggestive of a conversation. So one instrument plays a part, and then another instrument plays a part. And maybe they are a similar length, or maybe they have similar melody or rhythms, and then they just go back and forth, and they're having a dialogue, and it's great. Beep-a-doop-a-dee-boop, beep-a-doop-a-doo-boop, boodle-beedle-bee-boop, ba-ba-ba-dee-boo, boo-boop-boo. There, I just had a dialogue with myself. This is from, let's see, the Greek dialogos, which is from dialegesthai, which means to converse. Yep, it's all about conversing. I wonder if the shoes Converse are related to this at all. I've probably asked that before when we got to that word, and I don't know if I ever looked it up. I didn't ask the shoe people. So dialegesthai is from dia or dia, which means through or across, plus legin, which means to speak, and there's more at the word legend. So they're speaking back and forth across the space from one to the other, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. All right. Beep, beep, boop, boop, boo, boo. The second form of dialogue is a verb, transitive verb. That's what we're starting with. It's from 1566, by the way. To express in dialogue. Let's go dialoguing. And then the intransitive says to take part in a dialogue, as in managers dialoguing with employees. Maybe they have a resolution, they have a thing that they need to resolve, a conflict. The employees are not happy with the thing. The managers say, you will be happy about this thing. And the employees say, no, we're not happy about this thing, pay us more. Okay, so I think those were all of the wordy things that we have to say. It's an interesting section. I believe most or all of these are using the dia or dia prefix as across or through. Just things kind of going back and forth. It's all about the dialogue. Even the dialectic one is about conversations, I think, or opposing ideas. So I think that's just real fascinating. Okay, so we had today dialectic, dialectical, dialectical materialism, dialectician, dialectologist, dialectology, dialel, dialogue box, dialogic, dialogist, dialogue, and dialogue. Oh, that was a lot of stuff. Which one? Well, I think I just have to pick dialectic because it just sounds so fascinating, and there's so many kind of sub-variants that it can mean. Dialectic is really confusing to my brain, but I want to learn more about it. Yes, I want to learn more about it. That's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. I love having you here. Please come back again and join me and bring some friends. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the podcast called The Dictionary. I hope you know that that's what it's called. If you didn't notice from the title, we have yet another guest, a fantastic guest, I'm going to predict. We have today Michael Callahan from the podcast Where We Go Next. Michael, thank you for joining me. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Spencer. Thanks so much for having me. It's an honor.
What is the temperature like where you are right now?
Right now, it is a temperate, let me see here, it's 69 degrees, but it's going to be as high as 78 here in Los Angeles.
Here in Chicago, it is below freezing. It's like in the mid-20s right now. So I'm jealous of what you've got over there right now.
Well, while I would not want to be where you are in terms of temperature, it can get a little weird here. I feel like I've had this hypothesis for a while. I feel like one of the reasons that Hollywood attracts so many aspiring artists and filmmakers and actors, etc., and why so many people stay here to pursue their dreams long after they should probably have tried something else is because there are no seasons. So you can't really mark time. So all of a sudden you could kind of like blink and 10 years have gone by. You've been auditioning for 10 years or writing that script for 10 years. And because you can't really mark the leaves changing or the seasons coming and going, you don't really realize how long you've been at it until it's too late.
Yeah. Years, your whole life has gone by. And you have, like you said, no sense of time. We definitely get the seasons here in Chicago. So I've heard. We are well into winter already. Okay. Who is Michael Callahan? Where did he come from? How did he get to this point? Let's get a little history of who you are so we know what we're dealing with today.
Sure. Well, I came from my mom in the early 80s, just technically speaking. But I'm originally from, well, then I guess we're brothers.
Yeah.
But I grew up in Northern California and came to Los Angeles to pursue grad school at USC and like the many and the brave to pursue the film industry. Worked on film sets for several years after going to graduate film school. And now I am in marketing and advertising, specifically for video games.
Cool.
And I started the Where We Go Next podcast in 2020 because I am extremely extroverted and I like talking with people. And I wasn't doing much of that in the fall of 2020. And so I'd had the idea of wanting to do a podcast for a while. And I think like many people, when you're just kind of left with your thoughts and you're alone with nothing but your dog, and while I love my dog to death, he's not much of a talker, I realized that I kind of had to put up or shut up when it came to pursuing a podcast. That's how I got here today.
Yeah, that's definitely a good time to do it. We'll talk about the podcast a little bit more in a second. Any other like major highlights throughout your life? Any like what are some like important things we might need to know about you?
Like personal or accomplishments, or what kind of flavor would you like?
Traumatic, interesting, fun. I don't know.
Let's see.
Just any fun, like sort of big moments in your life. I don't know. I'm just curious about that kind of thing.
Yeah, sure. When I was in 5th grade, I thought that the school colors, like literally the way that our elementary school was painted was ugly. It was like browns and beiges. And I thought school should be more fun. It should be more exciting. It should be more colorful, right? If you want kids to like going to school, your school shouldn't look like a prison or some kind of industrial complex. And our school colors, where I was going, the school was Alisal Elementary School. Our school colors were red and white. And I thought, why not paint the school those colors? So in order to do that, I went to the school board. I did public speaking in front of the school board. I made my case. And in order to make my case as strong as possible, before I went in front of the school board, I did a petition of all, I think, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. I was given permission by teachers to go class to class. It took weeks to gain all the signatures. And then I took the signatures to the school board. And I said, look, here's the evidence. All the kids, or at least the kids that I deemed old enough for their opinion to matter. I didn't really care much about kindergartners and 1st graders because they're babies. But I think I did 2nd through 5th or 3rd through 5th. and I got hundreds of signatures, all backing my proposal. And about a year later, by that time I was in middle school, but my legacy lived on because they repainted the school in red and white. So that was one of my earliest childhood. I think you can tell from that age that I wanted to be a director and work in film and kind of take control. I've always needed kind of healthy outlets in order to let out my kind of obsessive compulsive, I need to take charge tendencies.
Yeah.
And I've siphoned them off to my professional life, so to make my relationships less toxic. But you can see from a very young age that I had that inkling in me.
That's amazing. I love the fact that like a 10-year-old went ahead and not only did something like that, but figured out how to do something like that and learned how to do something like that and actually had the motivation to do something like that. That's amazing. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm looking for when I'm like, when I meet somebody. It's like, yeah, I want to know like who that says so much about who you are, and from such a young age too. That's awesome.
I went up against the system, Spencer.
You did.
It's
You
it's like
changed
Michael
the
Clayton.
system.
Yeah, I was the Michael Clayton of 10-year-olds.
Yeah, both named Michael too. So yeah, tell us a little bit about this podcast. I've been listening a little bit to it recently, and I'm fascinated by it because what I love is that well, first of all, you are very prepared, you are very smart, you are very well spoken, and you talk about so many different topics. I've listened to some of the more recent podcasts like Aptera, the electric car, stand-up comedian. What was the one I was listening to today? Oh, I've forgotten it. But there's such a wide range of topics. What was the nugget of like where this idea came from, and how has it gone?
That is a fantastic question. I initially started the show in 2020 because there were certain topics that we were talking about as society, whether it came to politics, identity, race, culture, that I felt we were talking about and really to hint at the words we're talking about today, in really kind of arbitrarily diametrically opposed ways, right? Like you were either here or here. You were either good or bad. You were either wholly in this camp or wholly in this camp, right? And I felt frustrated by that because to me, and maybe it's just because of my storytelling background, life has always been more complex than that. One of the best pieces of advice I got from a screenwriting class years ago at USC is that when you're writing your antagonist, right? They don't even like you calling them a villain. When you're writing the antagonist in a screenplay, don't write them like a villain. You need to write every character, including the antagonist in your story, as if they're the hero of their own story, right? Because even someone who's done awful things, and history's full of people like that, most of them don't think they're doing a bad thing when they're doing it, right? So if you take something like that, you take the most extreme examples from history and you're like, okay, even they didn't think they were the bad guy, even though we now can look back and be like, oh, they did some awful, terrible stuff. If you take that and you apply it to the average person, someone who's not Hitler, who might vote in a way that's maybe opposed to how you vote, you need, I think it's healthier for society to be able to step back and be like, okay, I might totally disagree with where you're coming from and how you're voting and how you want the country to be run, but if we're really going to make any progress, and also it's healthier for our own souls and our own well-being to be able to better understand where the person's actually coming from, the events in their life that led them to thinking that way, the reasons they have for doing that. Because if you dig a little deeper, kind of like the question you asked me, Spencer, like, what's my story? Where did I come from? We need that kind of curiosity when we're talking about other people, especially in a place that can be as contentious as politics, culture, society, and otherwise. And so I started the podcast because I wanted to start to kind of have those conversations. But almost immediately, after 15 or 20 episodes, kind of because of my nature, I love just starting new things. It's very hard for me to I'll put it another way. I could never do your podcast because probably a month or 2 months in, I'd be like, all right, I'm good. All right, I did the dictionary for 2 months and I think I'm over that. It's just kind of in my nature. I like learning about new things constantly. And if I'm learning or doing one thing for too long, I get bored and then I get apathetic and then I get lazy. So in some ways, I built the podcast as a way to acknowledge that part of myself and also to prevent myself from getting apathetic, lazy, and giving it up. Because if my podcast was only about one topic, and I have so much praise for people who do that, like yourself, or for other people who are like, my podcast is just about sports. My podcast is just about book reviews.
Right.
I would give that up. I know I can't do it. So I had to kind of craft a podcast that allowed me to go wherever I wanted to go. And so in that way, the podcast title is a bit meta because it's about me and it's about you.
Yeah, I love that because I actually do feel the same way. I feel like I have tried so many different things and creative projects and sort of it's all learning about myself and what am I good at and what do I like. And actually I would argue back a little bit with with my podcast because while it does seem repetitive and it is repetitive, because I'm going through it alphabetically, the topics change every single episode.
That's a very good point.
Always something new to talk about. But at the same time, the thought does creep in the mind of, oh my God, is this really what my life is going to be like for the next 10, 15 years? It's the same thing. I have to do this all the time. But I do love it. And yeah, back to like what you said about the antagonist. I think about that all the time. And I think I've even mentioned it on this show that everybody has their story. Everybody has a reason of why they are the way they are. Their life led them to that point for various reasons.
Yes. Absolutely.
Oh, and the other episode of your show that I was listening to this morning was about fasting, which I think is a fascinating topic. And it's something that I think I want to think a little bit more about. Not that I'm like particularly overweight anymore. I don't really have a lot of weight like some people have to lose, but I think it's still a good thing to probably put into your life a little bit. So I highly recommend everybody go check out Where We Go Next, and let's see where we go next.
Yeah, well, I mean, feel free to hit me up if you have any questions about fasting. I did my longest fast this year at 21.5 days.
Wow.
And, I'm a huge advocate for it. I mean, obviously, you need to do your research. You should talk to your doctor first. But there's a lot of myths about fasting, a lot of misinformation that Steve Hendricks, the author of that book, The Oldest Cure in the World, the author I interviewed for that episode, it's such a great episode because I think it unravels a lot of misinformation about the topic, and it's really enlightening in terms of the history of it, where it came from, how many thousands of years it's been practiced by human beings all over the world. So really fascinating topic. And one more thing, back to your point about your podcast. I recently had on a guest, the episode's not out yet. His name's Pete Davis. And he wrote a book called Dedicated. And it's a dedication to the people who make society work. And he calls them long haul heroes. And why he calls them that is the people who run our governments, who put together youth organizations, who do podcasts about a specific topic for a very long period of time. It's people who dedicate themselves to one or a couple tasks for years and years and years, if not decades, right? And his point is that like society requires what he calls long haul heroes in order to function. You can't just have a society full of people who are kind of flitting between this interest and that and spending 1 year here and 1 year there, working at a company for 2 years and then moving to another company. A functioning society needs a foundation of people who are in it for the long haul, who do things not for years, but for decades. And so his book Dedicated really kind of rewired my brain to really appreciate people who dedicate themselves to a task for a very long time.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I never really thought about that. Well, I am dedicated to this. I truly hope that I can actually get through this whole thing before I die.
And Spencer, do you mind, just before we get into the words, do you mind if I ask you a few questions about the podcast? Because I can't help but go into host mode when I'm doing one of these things.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So you're about to celebrate your 4-year anniversary because the Dictionary podcast began all the way back on January 5th, 2019, which is a pretty big milestone, don't you think?
Yeah, 4 years is longer than most podcasts last.
Oh, yeah. The average podcast only lasts about 15 episodes. So if you're past 15 episodes on any of your podcasts, you're in rare company.
Yeah, I'm pushing 1,400 actually.
That is bananas. One question I love asking guests, and although I'm a guest on your show, I will ask it to you. What was the inciting incident for the Dictionary podcast? Because while doing my research, I was listening to episodes and I tried to find one, and maybe there is one that exists where you kind of explain what it was, what was the event or moment that first got you thinking about starting the show. But since I've got you here, what was that moment?
Yeah. Now that I think about it, there actually is a relatively recent episode that I think I made public, or maybe it's only on Patreon. My friend Jonah actually interviewed me about the show, and I think we talked about it there. But basically, I was asked to be a guest on somebody else's podcast, and it inspired me to actually buy an external recorder, which is sitting right next to me, and an audio recorder. And I had been wanting to get one anyway, but I never really had a reason to do it because I just wanted to do audio, record stuff. And once I got it, I thought, well, now that I have it, what am I going to do? Podcasts are a popular thing. I think I can figure out how to do that. Okay, if I'm going to do a podcast, what am I going to do? I know I'll do something funny like read the dictionary because that's where my brain goes. There honestly wasn't really anything more than that. There was never a thought of, oh, I want to read the dictionary because I want to learn things. It wasn't even a thought in my head. But then as I got going, I think I was still in the A's and I was like, wow, this is actually really fascinating and really educational. And I don't have a big vocabulary. And so I'm learning a ton of words. I'm not going to retain most of them, but I'm really, really enjoying this. And even if nobody listens to this, this is for myself. And I feel like when I'm done with this show and I'm many decades older, I can look back, I can listen back to all of this and sort of relearn the words again, relearn about maybe who I was at that time. And I don't know, I'm just kind of looking forward to that when I'm like 80 years old and listening to this. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, going back to your earliest episodes, the recording quality has improved drastically since the show first began. As have your skills as a presenter and host. So you talk about how you didn't initially conceive of the show as anything more than, I mean, not to put words in your mouth, but sort of as anything more than just a fun idea. But as you started doing episode after episode, you're like, oh, wow, I'm actually learning new words. My vocabulary is improving. Are there any other ways in which you've grown as a podcaster and a human being in the last 4 years as a result of running the Dictionary podcast?
Yeah, I think that to an extent I have become a bit more extroverted. I've also been, well, at a certain point, I think I was in the B's when I decided to do no editing because I was doing quite a bit of editing. I was sort of thinking about what I wanted to say and make sure that I said it in the right way. And then at a certain point, I was like, I'm just going to say whatever comes out, and whatever that is, I'm going to put out to the public. And I was afraid of that. And I still am afraid of that. I don't want to say the wrong thing or be disrespectful in any way, but it forces me to do something that I have never done before, which was just let it loose and just whatever happens, happens. And yeah, I definitely think that has sort of changed me. And so maybe partially because of this podcast and also just life in general and my job that it's sort of leading me on a path of trying to be a bit more extroverted and being a bit more in front of the camera and the microphone than I was ever used to. And so, yeah, it's a fun journey. It's been a fun time to sort of evolve and grow in that way.
That's really cool. I've experienced something similar with my podcast over the last couple of years in terms of the things that I thought I was prepping and learning that I thought were going to be exclusive to the podcast kind of bled out into my day-to-day life in unexpected and often really fun and heartening ways. Like I found myself growing as a person outside of the show, which I guess if you think about it, of course, makes sense. It's not like we're not like plants. It's not like you just grow in one area and then you don't take that growth anywhere else. But it is interesting to experience it because I think similar to your journey, I started the show really as an isolated thing, not thinking that it would affect me in any other way. But of course, in the same way that like if you go to the gym and you're like, all right, I'm just going to work on my biceps. I want my biceps to get bigger. That's my only mission, right? And then you realize, oh wait, like when I need to lift a heavy object for myself or for a friend, now I can lift that object easier, or I don't feel as sore when I get out of bed in the morning. There are all these additional benefits to whatever task you're doing that don't seem obvious when you start that task.
Yeah, and like you said with your show, it is obvious when you think about it that it's going to affect you. But I feel like with yours especially, because you are talking about this wide variety of topics that are big topics with people who are experts in the field. And so that, of course, is going to affect you and you're going to learn something. And, you know, I find that when I do something, when I learn something, it pops up in my life in weird ways. And so, yeah, when you're talking about things like fasting or electric cars, how can that not, you know, be a part of your life in some way, especially if you want to get one of those cars?
Yeah, it's been super fun. I guess if I still have time for one or two more questions, I was looking back at the Dictionary Podcast archives. Your first 6 weeks of the show, from January 5th through February 18th, your releases were more sporadic than they are now, with an episode usually releasing like every other day or every few days.
Yeah.
And then after February 18th, 2019, there was a 17-day gap without any episodes until the show resumed on March 8th. So my first question, Spencer, is what prompted that gap?
Yeah. Well, I was only doing them a few days, like 2 or 3 times a week, because I was like, that's a fine schedule. And then I quickly realized, no, I'm going to have to do this every day if I want to get through this in a decent amount of time.
Before I die. Yeah.
Right. And the gap was, honestly, I got a little worried about copyright issues of reading verbatim what's in the book. And I said, maybe I should stop this. But then I realized, well, nobody knows about this podcast anyway. I mean, even to this day, there's literally only 50 or 60 people who listen regularly, which is minuscule. And so I was like, well, I'll just start it up again and just see how it goes. So that's just what I've been doing ever since then.
Huh. Wow. Well, your audience size is surprising, because I would have assumed, based on the quality and consistency of the content, that it would be much larger.
Yeah, but when you think about the fact, when people hear I read the dictionary, most people's brains are like, oh, gotcha, not something I want to be interested in. I would like to think, though, that if people actually listen to it, then they might become interested in it. But I know that, it could be better. I could be more entertaining, interesting. I could have more guests on, which I think would really up the quality a lot. So I hope someday to actually do that. But yeah, for now, I'm trying to describe it in a way to people that makes it sound more fun. But, reading the dictionary is not the most exciting thing in the world.
True, but I would say that there is a whole genre of, like, videos on YouTube, for instance, in which you're just watching. Have you seen what is the name of that show? Primitive Technology. Have you seen Primitive Technology on YouTube?
Oh, yes. I have watched a couple of those. Those are fascinating.
Right. And you would think that from the description, it's a shirtless dude in the outback of Australia chopping down trees and making primitive tools, and then using those primitive tools to make primitive, like, huts or primitive bows and arrows, without any music, without any dialogue. He never speaks. It's complete silence except for the sounds of his chopping and weaving and making things. You would think from the description, you're like, why would anyone watch this? But his videos have millions of views. So just as a counterpoint to what you're saying, I wouldn't underestimate the value and appeal of something that can seem mundane or ordinary. I think that there's a comfort in that for a lot of people. So don't sell yourself too short.
Oh, yeah. No, don't get me wrong. I definitely think this is the best podcast ever. It's just that other people don't see it that way.
And to that, Spencer, I say word.
Word up. Well, on that note, let's get into the words. Of course, we have both seen these ahead of time, but I have not read any definitions. I have only read them to make sure that I can pronounce them correctly, which I probably will still mess up at some point. So, our first word in this episode, the beginning of page 345, we have dial tone. This is 2 words. I think this is a sound that I don't really hear anymore. I used to hear it a lot in my first 20, 30 years of my life, but not anymore. It is a noun from 1923, a tone emitted by a telephone as a signal that the system is ready for dialing. Yeah, this growing up in the 80s, the 90s, this is what you heard. You picked up your phone. It was probably either attached to a wall or even a cordless phone, but no cell phones. And you pick it up and you hear a dial tone to tell you, okay, now you can start a thing. If you don't hear the dial tone, something's wrong or somebody's on the line already.
True. And how many horror movies use that very trope? They think that they're connected to the police, and then all of a sudden the call goes out and the dial tone replaces the sound of the police officer answering your call, and something's amiss.
Right. If there's no dial tone, something's wrong. I don't remember what I was watching. Literally in the last couple of days, I was watching something, and somebody's on the phone, they're on the cell phone, and you hear a click. And I was thinking in my head, it had nothing to do with dial tone, but I was like, that sounds like somebody's setting down a phone. They're hanging up a phone, not a cell phone, but an actual phone, a telephone. I don't know what other way to describe that. And I thought I feel like they needed to put that sound effect in for the listener or the viewer to know, okay, they've hung up the phone. Oh, I think it was no, it wasn't that. Anyway, I thought in this day and age of cell phones, you don't hear that sound anymore. I mean, you can click and then it ends, but there's not that like ka-chunk sound that we used to hear next to that dial tone.
That's very true. And while I was excitedly waiting for this recording, I decided to do a little bit of investigation into the history of the dial tone.
Ooh, I want to hear it.
Now, while the dial tone dates further back than 1919, in order to preserve my sanity and my time, I kept my research to the U.S. only. And in 1919, that was the first year that an American telephone company employed a dial tone. It was first employed here by the Bell system, which at the time had a near monopoly on the telecommunications industry from its founding in 1877 until its antitrust breakup in 1983. Before 1919, the company used what were known as hello girls, who would connect one line to another at central switchboards. You'd pick up the phone, you'd hear a nice lady on the other end, and she would connect you to who you wanted to talk to. But once Bell began using automated dialing, in which a customer could simply dial the number they wanted to call and be connected without human assistance, they would sometimes begin dialing too quickly, and not all of their number entries would be recorded, which resulted in a wrong number and a frustrated customer. So by instituting a dial tone and instructing customers to hold until they heard the sound, the problem was solved.
That's fascinating. And, back then, 1919 in the 20s and the 30s, I mean, they had, well, I'm trying to think, they didn't even have a way to dial in a lot of those during that time. It's just you pick up the little horn. But yeah, it's, man, I wonder if the dial tone sound changed. If I can find an example of what the dial tone sounded like over the decades, I think I may have to put that in here somewhere, because I can't imagine that it stayed the same over, 100 years?
I'm not sure if it stayed the same, but all the research that I did about dial tone frequencies suggests that the dial tone, at least as far as we know, is made up of two frequencies, 350 hertz and 440 hertz. And when you sound them simultaneously, these frequencies match two musical keys, F and A above middle C, when played on either a keyboard or a piano, which means, Spencer, if you're a skilled musician, you can use the dial tone to tune an instrument.
I feel like I have heard that somewhere, but I didn't know it. So it's F and A, basically. Those are the two.
F is one, and then the other one is A above middle C.
Yeah. Ooh, all right. How can we use that? I don't know if you know this. I learned this in high school, that if you are on a non-rotary phone, a phone with the buttons, that you can actually fake a rotary phone. If you want to dial 3, for instance, you could hit the button, the click one, the one that you hang up with. You can click it 3 times very quickly, and that will dial a 3, which I think is essentially what the rotary phones were doing, is that when you would dial a 3, it would go click, click, click. And it worked. I made many phone calls in high school with this method. It's incredibly slow and tedious, but it does work.
Yeah, you got to live the life of someone from the 1920s, just for a moment.
Exactly. I think we're going to move on to the next word, unless you have any other tidbits about dial tone.
I've exhausted all my dial tone tidbits.
I may need you to send me your links, because I'll put the links in the show notes if people want to go learn more about dial tones.
Yeah, you've got it. Happy to share.
Do you, as you may or may not know, I make a sound effect after each word. Do you have one in mind? Do you like a sound effect?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Sound?
Do you have any requests?
No, my brain is like tapped out with sound effects after doing this hundreds of times.
Let's see. So we could either do sound effect that sounds like not a human voice, or if you want me to do a human voice that says something that takes us to the next round or the next word, I can do either one.
Anything, whatever pops in your head.
Okay, let me think here. I knew that you were going to ask this, and yet I didn't prepare for it. So this is coming totally off the top of my noggin. But Okay, I think I've got one.
Go for it.
Ooh, wow.
I love it. That's a good one. The next word is dial up. This is two words with a hyphen adjective from 1961 relating to or being a standard telephone line used for computer communications, also accessible via a standard telephone line, as in a dial-up internet provider, which I feel like is something that largely does not exist anymore, but definitely existed as we were growing up. How can you, in 1961, this is what I love hearing about. You learn about the internet was way before the, early mid 90s when it became more popular, but everybody could sort of get it and afford it. But it goes way back into the early 60s.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's surprising how old the internet, if you expand that term to include things like user boards and Usenet and stuff like that, goes back quite a long time. I mean, it started in academia, which then spread to the government, and then it eventually became used in commercial use for customers like us. It definitely feels like this episode is a bit of a blast from the past for the two of us, considering that we grew up on dial tones and dial-ups, don't you think?
Oh yeah, for sure. The kids today, they don't know about the dial-up. I mean, I think they've heard the sound. I think I had one word either in the D's or the C's where I played the actual dial-up sound, but I may have to put another clip of that in here somewhere. If you only had one line in your house and you wanted to get on the internet, your phone system was unusable if you were on the internet. If you were getting your IMs from AOL or something, and you had to wait. You had to wait until it connected, and sometimes it didn't connect. And then if somebody called, it would disconnect you, and it was very disappointing sometimes and slow.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I remember it was a big moment for me when I was able to convince my parents to get a second phone line exclusively for the computer. Mm-hmm. And similarly to convincing the school board to change their school colors, I gave a really impassioned and researched pitch as to why they should have a second phone line. And ultimately, I won.
Of course. They were like, well, this is the way this is going. Did you have to get petition signed by anybody for that one?
I think between my sister and I, our two petitions were enough, thank goodness. And I also kind of pitched it to my dad and mom. It's like, hey, wouldn't you want to be able to be on the internet doing research or doing something and still be able to receive a phone call? It's, the internet's just not for your troublesome children who are on Prodigy for a few hours too long. It could be for you as well.
Yes. Adults can enjoy this as much as kids can.
And, I was doing some research into dial-up internet. And dial-up internet for commercial use was first made available in the U.S. by Sprint in 1992. At that point, Spencer, less than 2% of the U.S. was getting online. That number jumped to 10% in 1995 and was at still a rather low 43% by the year 2000. And as of 2017, which was the most recent data I was able to find, there were still nearly 1 million people around the world using dial-up internet.
That is not at all surprising. I think about other countries in the world, places, quote unquote, developing countries, they're not going to have the systems in place to have high-speed internet. So yeah, I'm not at all surprised that there are still places that are using dial-up. I feel very bad for them.
And speaking of antiquated sounds, I found a gold mine for you and your listeners. It's called the Museum of Endangered Sounds. Ooh. And you can listen to the sound of a dial-up modem and many other endangered sounds at savethesounds.info. Other sounds you can hear there are the voice of the lady who gave the time when you dialed popcorn on the phone, the sound of a movie countdown
hold on. Dialed popcorn on the phone?
Yeah, you're not familiar with popcorn?
I don't know if I am. Unless I've completely blocked this. Wait, explain this briefly to me.
Sure. If you dial the numbers that, on those old handsets from the 90s that we grew up on, the numbers would have letters underneath them, like each number would have 3 letters. If you dialed the letters that corresponded to the word popcorn, Popcorn, you would get an automated recording of a woman saying,
"Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be 12:38 and 50 seconds."
And then the tone would go, and you're like, okay, it's 11:15.
Okay, I knew about that. I knew about I've definitely called the time thing, which I think my parents had in a Rolodex. I had no idea that it spelled popcorn. Okay, I learned something.
Now you know.
Okay, so what are some other sounds on that website?
The movie countdown on a film projector, how that sounds.
Ooh, nice.
The beeps and the clicks. The sound of a Nintendo cartridge being inserted and removed from an NES, and the sound of someone blowing into the cartridge.
Yeah, yeah.
Another sound is the sound of a dot matrix printer.
Yeah.
And many more. There are dozens of sounds that will strike nostalgic for probably a decent amount of your listeners, and to maybe some of your listeners will sound totally foreign, and they won't be able to connect to them at all.
That's exactly. I want to hear if anybody hears these sounds. I might put some of them in this episode. If you hear these sounds and this is totally new to you, I want to hear what you have to say about it. Email, all those ways of contacting me. So, and I will also obviously put that link in the show notes. And you're getting lots of good information from Michael with all this research that he's doing. So if you really like to hear more about well-investigated topics, go check out his podcast, Where We Go Next.
And make sure to go to savethesounds.info to listen to the sound of the woman who would tell you the time when you dialed popcorn.
Yeah. There was also, what was the other sound? I'm sure this is on there. That number is disconnected, or please hang up and try again. There's a variety of those.
Yes, there were so many nice automated ladies who would helpfully guide you through the emerging technological landscape back then.
Who have been lost to time, but not from this website. The website is saving it. Could you please do that sound effect again?
Ooh, wow.
I think that sound effect is going to need to be put on that website too.
I'm also mildly scaring my dog. Every time I make that sound, he keeps looking at me like there's something wrong with me, and I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. It's not normal. The next word in this episode is dialysate. Dialysate or dialysate, S or Z sound. This one is spelled D-I-A-L-Y-S-A-T-E. You could also spell it, you could also spell it with a Z instead of an S. Noun from circa 1867. This is the material that passes through the membrane in dialysis. And we are going to learn quite a lot more about dialysis, which I only know the very, very basics of dialysis. So this is going to be interesting. But there's material that passes through the membrane. I'm sure there are different kinds of membranes, but I know it has to do with blood. And so maybe it's the blood vessels. And this stuff has a name, dialysate. Do you know anything about this stuff?
Not dialysate explicitly, but I saved all of my research for dialysis, which I'm excited about.
Perfect. We are going to get to that shortly. Before that word, though, we have to go, wee-oo. The next word is dialyze or dialyzer. This is spelled with an S because it is the chiefly British variation of dialyze or dialyzer, spelled with a Z, and we are going to get to that in a little bit. But before that one, we have the biggie. Can you please make that sound effect?
Ooh, wow.
I did change it up a little bit. I couldn't remember. Does this sound?
I like your variation.
Oh, thank you. Do you have a name for this sound?
Ooh, that's a great question. No, I don't. And I'm not going to name it intentionally because, like some of the sounds in the museums of endangered sounds, a lot of those sounds didn't have names, but they evoke a feeling, a memory. So my hope is that years from now, when you're remembering this podcast episode, Spencer, or whoever's listening to this, you don't know what the name of the sound I made is, but you remember how it made you feel.
It makes me feel very nice. But everybody is going to have, different emotions that they put to it.
Yes, you and my dog are diametrically opposed in your feelings.
Yeah, your dog does not want to hear this sound anymore, but unfortunately that is not going to be the case for the next 30 minutes to an hour. The next word is dialysis. Noun from, where's the year? 1861. And the plural is dialyses. It's not dialysises, it's dialyses. Number one.
Yes, not to be confused with dialysises, who was a group of sisters who performed dialysis for decades.
Yes.
That's fake. I don't know. I pulled that out of nowhere. Couldn't
That's
resist.
exactly what we're looking for here. Fake information. I do that
The
all the time.
Dialysis Sisters.
The Dialysis Sisters. Ooh, maybe that should be like a band name or something.
That'd be good. That would be good. They're here for blood.
They're coming to get it and then clean it and then put it back in. All right. Number 1 for dialysis, the separation of substances in solution by means of their unequal diffusion through semi-permeable membranes, especially such a separation of colloids from soluble substances. And, that's...
Spencer,
Yes.
how does semi-permeable membrane make you feel when you hear it?
It makes me feel like I want to go, ooh, wow. Yeah, I don't know.
It makes me
Go ahead.
uncomfortable. Don't you think?
A little bit, yeah. It's I'm not really sure how I feel about semi-permeable membranes, but I do know that dialysates are part of the substances that permeate between those membranes, whatever those are. And yeah, I don't know. It doesn't explain what these membranes are exactly or where these are, but maybe the number 2 definition will help us a little bit more. We have number 2, the process of removing blood from an artery, as of a kidney patient, purifying it by dialysis, adding vital substances, and returning it to a vein. And this is called also hemodialysis, because hemo is the prefix that means blood, and so this is specifically dialysis about blood. And dialytic is an adjective. So what I didn't realize is that there is the process of dialysis, which is literally just that number 1 definition about things going between these membranes and separating of colloids. But the dialysis that I always thought of is specifically about the blood for kidney patients. But it's actually a bigger thing that doesn't specifically have to be about essentially cleaning the blood. Real quick, I will say the etymology, but I know that you have some fascinating information, so you will educate me real good. This is a Greek word, which means separation. So right there, it's very obvious what this is all about. Which is from dialine, which means to dissolve, from dia plus laine, which means to loosen. That's interesting. And there's more at the word lose, L-O-S-E. So what do you got for me?
Well, like dial tone and dial up, I do have a personal connection to dialysis because my grandfather was on dialysis in the last half decade of his life because of diabetes. Dr. William Kolff, who was a Dutch physician, constructed the first dialyzer, or artificial kidney, in 1943, and he's considered by many to be the, quote, father of dialysis. In the late 1930s, he was working in a small hospital ward in the Netherlands, where he watched a young man die slowly and painfully of kidney failure. And that's when he started to dedicate himself to trying to figure out, how could I save the life of someone who's suffering from this terrible disease, this terrible ailment? But when the Nazis invaded the Netherlands, Kolff was sent to work in a remote hospital with little access to professional materials. But, much like MacGyver, he improvised his first dialysis prototypes using items he had at hand, which included sausage skins, orange juice cans, and even a washing machine. By 1943, he had completed construction of his first, quote, artificial kidney, but the 16 patients he treated over the next 2 years all saw little success. But in 1945, he treated a 67-year-old woman who was in a coma due to kidney failure, and after 11 hours of treatment by Kolff's machine, she regained consciousness and lived for another 7 years, eventually dying from a different ailment.
It's stunning to me, and I see examples of this all the time, that there are people who are so smart, they can figure out how to do something like this. I would have no idea where to begin. Clearly, I didn't go to medical school or anything like that. I don't have medical knowledge, but I just find it amazing and heartening that there are people who know how to figure out something like this and who obviously care so much to help somebody and to figure out a way to clean their blood or figure out what can we do. I mean, I don't know how much they knew about why or how the kidney wasn't working or what needed to happen with the blood, but clearly they knew the kidney wasn't doing what it was supposed to do, and we need to figure out a way to help these people. And It's an amazing invention. From what I understand, these days at least, I don't think there's any washing machines or sausage skins involved. They they hook up something to one arm that takes the blood out. It goes through a machine and then it puts it back in, maybe in the other arm or something like that. And yeah, people sit there for a while. And there's even some places just down the street from me that do this. And clearly, if it's a chronic ailment, it's not necessarily going to help forever, but it's going to allow somebody to live probably for years on end. I mean, you said your grandfather lived for 5 years he went through this?
Yes.
And that's the difference of, being able to go to your kid's wedding or something like that, seeing the birth of a grandchild. It's amazing. And I'm just so happy that we have something like this. People before 1945, the late 30s, they didn't have this. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And I don't understand it. No, I do understand it. It's basically like we figured out. It's dissolving things, separating things. It's doing the job of the kidney, basically, which is the natural system to clean out the liquids, the blood in your body to, then expel it out through your urine.
Yes. To an earlier point you made, one of the most terrifying things to think about, if you think about it for even more than a few seconds, is that it really, if like 1% of the human population were to just suddenly disappear or die, and a specific 1%, the 1% of people who invent and do stuff like Dr. Kolf was doing, the world would basically fall apart within a matter of weeks. Because just as an example, I flip my light switch on and off every day, and I have no idea how it works. But I know that when I flip the switch on, there's light in my living room, and when I turn it off, the light is gone. But if someone asked me like, all right, how does it work? How would you make it? How would you fix it? I'd be like, I have no idea. And that's pretty much 99.99999% of society for me. I have no idea how anything works. I just know that it works, and there are smart people out there doing all that stuff. But if like that 1% of people who really invented everything that we have come to know and love and depend on today all just suddenly vanished, the world would get pretty apocalyptic, pretty Mad Max pretty quick.
Very quickly. And even if it wasn't a quick change, it would have effects for decades upon decades. Because it's like, what are we missing out on that hasn't been invented yet, or that people are doing things now to help society? It's thank God that the 1% of people aren't leaving anywhere.
Yes, we got to keep them here. We can't let them leave to Mars.
Exactly. Anything else about dialysis? I'm tapped out.
I've been pretty much bled dry.
Ooh, nice. Well, we do have a couple more dialysis-related words, like the next one. Ooh, wow! Dialyze. This is a verb from 1861, starting with transitive to subject to dialysis. So that's when you are dialyzing a person with a dialysis machine, not a washing machine. And then the intransitive says to undergo dialysis. So the transitive is for the person who is, it's the doctor, it's the nurse practitioner, whoever it is, they're doing the dialyzing. And then the patient is the one who is also dialyzing, but they're undergoing dialysis in an intransitive way. Wow, I said that terribly. That's okay. Dialyzable is an adjective. I guess a person who has kidney failure or diabetes, they would be dialyzable theoretically.
What I'm thinking about here is I wonder if Dr. William Kolf appreciated the humor in using pieces of a washing machine to make his first dialysis machine, because a dialysis machine cleans blood.
Yeah, it's like because the washing machine cleans your clothes. It's loosening up all the dirty, nasty particles. I mean, maybe that's why he chose the washing machine in the first place. Hey, it cleans things. Maybe it can clean blood. I still can't get over the dialysisters. Dialysisters. There we go.
The dialysisters. Yeah.
Nice.
The bloody good time.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, you keep on bringing them. Can you bring a sound effect, please?
Ooh, wow.
The next word is dialyzer, noun from 1861. and I didn't even think about this. This is an apparatus in which dialysis is carried out. So this is from 1861. What?
Yeah, I need more info on that. How could that be so long ago?
Right. What was, well, I guess, if we look back to the number one definition for dialysis, it's just the process of separation of substances in solution by means of their unequal diffusion through blah, blah, blah. So I guess, it's not related to blood necessarily, but there is this overarching process of dialysis. So I will have to put a link in the show notes that talks about just the general idea of that. And what the hell is this dialyzer from 1861?
Well, I could imagine, that was the kind of beginnings of modern science in the West. So I could see how like a chemist or someone working in some kind of science-related field might want to separate a compound or separate a liquid into two distinct parts.
Yeah, definitely. They're experimenting with lots of different things back then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I learned a lot about the truly horrific and appalling nature of what was considered quote-unquote science back in the 19th century when I was reading Steve Hendricks' book about fasting. I mean, a lot of the things that people were doing back then that they thought were going to cure you, like bloodletting, for instance.
Yeah.
George Washington's, after he retired from the presidency, his top surgeon, who was the Surgeon General of the United States, I believe at the time, or at one point had been one, George Washington came down with an ailment. I can't remember exactly. I'd have to go back and check my notes. But they basically bloodlet him to death. And this whole idea that letting someone's blood out, by bloodletting them, you'd let the poison out of their blood. It doesn't actually work at all. But the leading practitioners of it believed that bloodletting was successful, and it was something that that could work for really anybody. And that whenever anyone would die from being bloodlet to death, it was just that they weren't savable. It wasn't counterfactual evidence to the fact that bloodletting was BS. It was just, oh well, we did this clearly great technique and they still died. So it was like a confirmation bias that was baked into the system. Every person who managed to survive being bloodlet, which was like already a Herculean task, was confirmation that bloodletting worked. And everyone who died from bloodletting, like former President George Washington, was just someone who couldn't be saved. And there was stuff like that all over medicine at the time. Basically, anything that proved what you already believed to be true was considered good evidence, and everything that disproved what you already thought to be true was considered bad evidence. So it was really hard to disprove something, even if it was total hooey.
Right. Have you ever heard of the podcast Weirdest Thing I Learned?
It rings a bell, but I've never listened to it.
They have many, many, many stories like the one that you just told. In fact, I think they specifically have told that George Washington story on there. It's basically weird science things from either now or history or anything. And so they talk a lot about how, 1800s, early 1900s, and even before that, all of the crazy, crazy medical science things that they used to do because they just didn't know. It's a fascinating podcast, and I've learned a lot of weird facts.
It sounds like a great one. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it's really good. Okay, we have another word. Wow. This is the word diam, D-I-A-M. It is an abbreviation for diameter, which is going to come up in this episode a little bit later. But before that, we have to have Michael say the sound effect.
Wow.
Diamagnetic is the next word. And I'm going to backtrack a little bit. We have, there's a dia prefix that means across or through. And so I'm just going to guess that this is something about magnetism going across or through things. Let's find out. It is an adjective from 1846 having a magnetic permeability less than that of a vacuum, and then also slightly repelled by a magnet.
I've got some interesting facts about diamagnetic. It was a fascinating topic to research.
It sounds fascinating. So real quick, the vacuum, it's not the machine vacuum that we think of to clean your floors. This is, I assume this is, of the vacuum of space, or you can create a vacuum by pulling out all of the air and everything in it. So I'm trying to wrap my brain around it a little bit. It's having a magnetic permeability less than that of a vacuum. So a vacuum, I guess, has some level of magnetism through it, or magnets can go through a vacuum, but this is even less than that. So what research have you done?
So you were onto something with your investigation of diameter, because it is related. So unlike paramagnetic and ferromagnetic materials, which are attracted by a magnetic field, diametric materials are repelled by a magnetic field. So you can trace the etymology of diametric to diametrical, which is a word that dates to the 1550s and means, quote, of or pertaining to a diameter, end quote. So when you say like diametrically opposed, and the word diametrically dates back to the 1630s, you're saying that because the points at opposite ends of a diameter can't be further apart from one another than they already are, it means when you're diametrically opposed to someone's views, you're as opposed to it as you possibly can be.
Yeah.
You're practically pushing yourself away from that view, like a diamagnetic material. So a diamagnetic material is opposed to a magnetic field. The closer it gets to it, the further it pushes itself away. Similar to how you have a diametrically opposed view to someone, you're so opposed to them that you're practically pushing yourself from them. And it traces, again, itself back to diameter, because if you take a line and put it through a circle, both ends of those circles at the end of the diameter are the furthest points in the circle.
That's just a little tease of what we're going to come up with, or we're going to talk about in a little bit, with the word diameter. So diamagnetic, so it's magnetic, obviously, is when things are attracted to each other. You got, two pieces of metal, a magnet on your fridge, but this is when they're repelled. So, okay, so when you take like two horseshoe or any sort of magnets, they have a north pole and a south pole, and if you put, I think it's the two north poles together, they push each other apart. So would those, maybe you don't know, would those be considered diamagnetic?
I believe so. My research did say that diamagnetic is a property in certain materials. Now, whether those materials interact when you take those horseshoe magnets against one another, that's a good question. A question I don't know the answer to, but I do know that materials that are magnetic are sectioned off into certain categories. They can either be paramagnetic and ferromagnetic, which are different types of materials that attract to a magnetic field, or diamagnetic, which is a material that repels.
It's so fascinating. We are definitely going to put a link in the show notes to learn more about diamagnetic. Never heard of this one. I mean, I haven't heard of paramagnetic or ferromagnetic, those specific words, but I do know that there are things that are, magnetic. Oh, and I missed diamagnetism. That is a noun, diamagnetism.
I like it.
Wow. The next word. I do love this sound effect. It's very simple.
It's a good one.
The next word is diamante. Diamante. And this is spelled Diamante. And the E has an accent which goes boop. And I just learned that accent, this very specific accent, is called an acute accent, which is a diacritic. 5 or so episodes ago, we had the word diacritic, and that's all about various accents and marks on letters to tell you how to pronounce it. Okay, so diamante is a noun from 1904, and this is a sparkling decoration, as of sequins, or material decorated with this, as in a gown trimmed with diamante. This is a French word, if you couldn't tell, which basically means like a diamond. Like a diamond, which is from diamant, which means diamond. So yeah, it's just all about sparkling like a diamond. Did you do research on this one?
A little bit. You've covered a decent chunk of it. It's also the Italian word for diamond. In Italian, it's pronounced diamante. The accent's over the mon instead of the te. And both the English word diamond and the Italian word diamante can be traced to the Latin diamus, and that can be traced to the Greek word adamans, which means invincible.
Oh.
And so, of course, because diamonds are very hard to destroy, it makes sense that it traces back to a Greek word that means invincible.
That's excellent. And I'm realizing that what you are bringing to this show today is exactly what I should be doing with every episode. I should be doing research on every single word so I can add some more information. And unfortunately, I just don't have the time to do that for every single episode. I barely have enough time just to record them, let alone research. But this is maybe a little taste of what people might get with this show years from now when I can actually do that. Or also just bring you back on all the time.
Hey, I'd love to come back. And, again, I say, don't be too hard on yourself, Spencer. As someone who releases a podcast every 2 weeks, the fact that you're releasing a 30-minute podcast every single day for years, I mean, that in and of itself is really impressive to me as a fellow podcaster who does it once every 14 days, not once a day. So, I would just go a little easy.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not going to stress about it for sure. Yeah, back in the day, they used to be like 10 minutes. And yeah, they're pretty consistently around the half-hour mark now.
By the way, what caused you to go from like the 5 to 10 minute episodes from 2019 all the way into half-hour episodes? What was the cause of that leap in time?
Yeah, that was really just about just talking about the words more. When I first started, I was just reading the words, the definitions, and just moving on to the next one. And as time went on, I just started to just add more information, partly for myself to explain things and figure them out, but also just to talk about my personal feelings about a thing, if I had a story, and it just sort of has grown over time. I think half hour might be about the limit that I could go by myself, but obviously when I have a guest on, all bets are off.
Yeah, I've noticed we've doubled your average time, so I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me today.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the guests' episodes are, I think, far more interesting because there's just so much more to talk about.
Yes, and by the way, I really enjoyed your episodes with Aaron and Lindsay, who I know from the Human Values podcast, and they're great. You do really well with guests, and they were really enjoyable.
Yeah, they were both fantastic, and I'm glad that they were able to connect me with you. And hey, let's just keep the ball rolling with like you'll guide me to another podcast host, and we'll just keep on going like that.
Sounds like a plan.
I think on social media I may have to post a picture of something that is diamante or diamante because who doesn't want to look at something sparkly?
Yes. And did you know that one of the very first films in the late 19th, early 20th century was actually featured dresses that were, I guess you could say, covered in diamante. And that, even though before editing was invented in the late, in like, I think 1908 or 1909, that was technically the first film that was shot in sequins.
Oh boy.
I made all that up. None of that's real, but I really wanted to do a pun about sequins and sequence.
That was gold. Ooh, sparkly gold.
Yeah.
Oh,
one of
boy.
the reasons I love guesting on other podcasts is that I don't get a chance to let my punnier side out in my own. So when I was on the Human Values pod or when I'm on this one, I just let that flag fly.
What was one of the questions that you had on the Human Values pod?
Ooh, that was a good one. The one that comes to mind out of the three that I was asked was, how much would it cost for you to spend a year in a zombie-themed survival video game?
Ooh, what would you remember your cost, your price?
It was like, I think I'm one of the, like looking at other episodes, I think I'm one of the greediest guests in terms of how much I was charging for all the tasks that I was asked to do.
You're just realistic.
Yeah, like a friend of mine and four-time guest of my podcast, Jay Shapiro. He's a documentarian and philosopher. His numbers on the Human Values pod were like really low. I think it was like a total of $75 million or something, and then my grand total was like 1.2 billion.
Oh, wonderful.
So because I'm just thinking, I'm like, this is an inconvenience. If I'm gonna do it, just pay me. I think the zombie one might have been 500 million or something like that, because it's like a year of my life. I don't care if I'm in a zombie video game, but it's a year of my life that I'm not going to get back. So that's how I thought about it.
Yeah. At some point, probably next year, I'm going to get on that podcast, whether they like it or not. I can't wait to see what they come up with.
I'd love that.
Please, sound effect time.
Ooh, wow.
What did your dog do? Has your dog gotten bored of it yet?
He's still sleeping. So it means, and this was the first time he didn't react to it. So I think he's just, as far as he's concerned, he might think that I'm going to be doing this noise for the rest of his life. This
Right.
could just be his new normal, and I think he's acclimated to it.
Yeah, he's like, oh, every 10 minutes this weird sound is going to happen, and I just have to live with it. Our next word is diameter. Noun from the 14th century. Number 1, a cord passing through the center of a figure or body. So, I mean, I guess technically if there was something going from like your head to your feet, it would be a diameter, or any other body. Number 2, the length of a straight line through the center of an object. 3, a unit of enlargement used with a number to indicate magnification by a lens or optical system, as in an object 1 millimeter wide magnified 40 diameters appears 40 millimeters wide. And how do you say this word? Diametral. Diametral is an adjective, something that's like a diameter. Real quick, we'll say the etymology, which is from the Latin diametros, which is from the Greek word, which looks to be the same, which is dia plus metron, which means measure, like you're measuring a length. And there's more at the word measure. But clearly, Michael has more information about diameter.
You've actually shared most of the information I looked up for this one, which was the Latin and Greek original words. But diameter, as we pronounce it here in English, comes from the Old French diamètre, which of course then traces back to Latin, which traces back to Greek.
Right. So it's the, when I think of diameter, I always think of a circle. What's the diameter of the circle? It's from the two farthest points that we talked about before. But it's not necessarily about a circle. It's just something that's going through the center of an object. And I do think center is important, because if it's not through the center of a circle or whatever the object is, it's not considered a diameter, because they're not diametrically opposed, the 2 points. It's just a line or some other sort of plane. I do think this number 3 one is interesting. It's about magnification. So it's a unit of enlargement used with a number to indicate magnification by a lens. So if something's 1 millimeter wide and it's magnified by 40 diameters, then it appears 40 millimeters wide. So I don't know. I don't really know where my brain is going with that, but I just think it's an interesting concept with lenses and magnification. I just think that's cool.
It is cool. Yeah. No, after I stopped taking geometry in high school, my knowledge of things like diameter dried up pretty quickly.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of kids today who, if you said to them, what is the diameter of a circle or something, they may not know what a diameter is. I think there's a lot of people who just don't sort of have that, what I consider to be basic knowledge. But, and of course, the half a diameter is the radius. Again, a lot of people don't know those things, but that's okay. We all have our strengths and our weaknesses.
Is it okay, Spencer?
It is.
Is it okay if a lot of people don't even know what the word diameter means? I feel like, I don't think that everyone needs to know advanced calculus, but I do think as a society, just to push back just a bit, we should strive for, children who are, let's say, 13 or 14 years old to at least know what diameter means, right?
I do agree. I think that there is some basic level of knowledge of things. We've been seeing a bit of a decline in education, I feel like. And
yes.
it is very sad.
I think we've reached that phase in our lives. I think some of this episode is just talking about how old you and I are. I think we've reached that phase in our lives where we're complaining about kids these days.
Oh, I've been complaining about it for a long time, and it makes me feel even older than I already feel. Sad.
Preach it.
The next word, wow, diametric or diametrical. Adjective from 1553. Number 1, of relating to or constituting a diameter, or also located at the diameter. Number 2, completely opposed, or also being at opposite extremes, as in diametrical contradiction to his claims. and diametrically is an adverb. So yeah, I mean, we kind of already talked about this, but yeah, it's the idea of just being as far apart as you possibly could, essentially.
Yeah, no, I mean, these words are basically old hat to you and I now. It feels like we've tread through this field for a while. I mean, I would say that we're almost diametric. I can't even think of it. I was trying to think of a pun I could use for diametric there, but I realized 4 seconds into it that I had nothing.
That's all right. You bailed at the right time, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm definitely diametrically opposed with many people. Not even going to go down that route. Let's see.
It's tough, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like humor is diametrically opposed to using diametric.
Sure. My brain was like sort of shut down on that one. It's time for another sound effect.
Ooh, wow.
Diamide. And you can change the emphasis on this one. You can also say diamide. Diamide or diamide. Noun from 1866. This is a compound containing 2 amido groups, or amido. I have never seen that word before. I don't know what an amido or amido group is, but there are 2 of them, and that is why it has the di prefix at the beginning there.
An amido or an amido sounds like a little character on like the Nintendo Switch online shop.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a Switch, but I totally know what you're talking about. Amido, it's like, oh, hi, I'm an amido. Let's go play a game.
Exactly. Let's exercise with sports.
Yeah, get up, work on your balance.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the Nintendo Sports games are like really kind of passive aggressive in how they talk to you. You know that like if I haven't done one in a while, but like back on the Wii, like they had like Wii Sports, and like if you didn't activate it for like a week or 2, like they were like, "Where have you been? Like health is important." And it's like and then they would just get like more and more aggressive over time. They're like, "It's time to prioritize your health. It's been 20 days since you opened." I'm like, "All right, I get it. You've crossed the point from being like a healthy instructor to nagging me about my health, and that doesn't make me feel good, Wii."
Stand up, you fat ass.
Get off the couch.
I wish that
You're
somebody
wasting your life.
I wish that somebody would come up with a game that like actually was mean to you about that. Maybe some people need that.
There is an app, actually. There is an app. I can't remember the name of it. I wish I could. I had it on my phone for a while. And it's a family of apps, actually. They have like, what is it? They had a weather app. But like their most popular one was they had an exercise app. And like their whole, the binding ethos across all the apps was that they like the AI was kind of a jerk. Mm-hmm. So like when you'd be doing like exercises or stuff, it would be like just kind of making fun of you as you do them. And it worked best in the exercise app, but it was kind of fun, like for the weather to.
Was it the one? Was it called like WT Forecast or something like that? Like WTF, but forecast. That's the one that I've seen where it just talks about like, oh, it's so cold, your nipples are gonna break off or something like that.
It's ringing a bell. I don't know if that was the name of it, but it's in the ballpark.
That's great. I love that something like that exists. Okay, next word. Awa. I had to change it up a little bit.
I like that one. It's a riff. It's like jazz.
Oh, this podcast is all jazz. That's literally what it is. This word is diamine or diamine. So it's very similar to the last one. This is a noun also from 1866, and it is a compound containing 2 amino groups, not amido with a D, amino with an N. So, I mean, I've heard that word more. My knowledge of that level of sort of medical science chemistry things sort of breaks down at a certain level, but I've definitely heard of it. So we have diamide and diamine. Those are the words that we just said.
I love it. I mean, those are great words.
Fantastic, especially to a certain group of people.
True. Yeah. I mean, I will be honest. I've saved all of my energy for diammonium phosphate. So,
hey, let's do it. Sound effect time. That's the last one. Make it count.
Okay, I'm gonna make this one. This one's gonna be more sensual, and it's gonna be more alluring. Okay.
Yeah.
So here it is. This is speaking of jazz. I'm gonna kind of see where this goes. I'm in the moment. Ooh, ah, ooh.
Wonderful pitch, wonderful tone. It couldn't have been any better than that. I loved it. The last word in this episode is, as he said, diammonium phosphate. 2 words spelled diammonium. That's the first word. Second word is phosphate. Noun from circa 1929. It is a white crystalline compound. I'll come back to that part. It is used especially as a fertilizer and as a fire retardant. So that means it's going to stop or slow fire. And the chemical structure, it's a little complicated. So we have, the first part is in parentheses, which is NH4, and there is a subscript 2, which means that there's 2 of that whole molecule thing. And then the second part is just HPO4. So, diammonium phosphate, if I were doing this by myself, I wouldn't really have a whole lot to say. It's a fertilizer, so it's going to help things grow, but also can slow fire. But I'm going to guess that Michael might have some additional information for us today.
A little bit. I did learn that diammonium phosphate is the world's most widely used phosphorus fertilizer, and that ammonium phosphate fertilizers became available in the 1960s, and diammonium phosphate, commonly known as DAP, quickly became the most popular in this product class, as it has a high nutrient content, specifically phosphorus and nitrogen, which is great for plants, and it has excellent physical properties. Now, a mixture of DAP with several other ingredients allows it to be spread around a forest to keep the forest from burning, and as a bonus, after the fire is prevented, the remaining DAP is used by the forest as a nutrient source. DAP, and this part's really interesting, can also be added to wine to sustain yeast fermentation or to milk to produce cheese cultures.
This is an extremely versatile compound.
Right?
Is
I know.
this? Go ahead. No, you.
Usually I was going to say, when you think of fertilizer, you think of crap,
Yeah.
but this is anything but crap. It's actually quite useful.
This is definitely not crap. Is this, and maybe you said it and I missed it, is this the stuff that they will dump on a forest fire from a plane? Or is that different?
That's a great question. It very well might be. I do know that it is used. I don't know how much it's used to put out fires once they've already started, but you can definitely put it in a forest that is in like the way of an incoming forest fire,
Right.
and it can prevent it from spreading.
Gotcha.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it's dumped from planes. I'd have to look into it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be water. I mean, I know that I've seen videos of like helicopters picking up water from like pools and stuff, but I feel like they use other chemicals to help stop forest fires too. So yeah, that's interesting. This is a really interesting compound that can be used for so many things. So we'll put a link in the show notes so people can learn more about it if they are interested. They don't have to. They just can if they want.
Yes. I mean, you could say that this word provides plenty of fertile ground.
Ooh, he is full of them. Full of not crap.
You could say exactly. I'm full of fertilizer.
Yeah. The not crap kind. Okay, so that was our last word. We are going to quickly reread the words, and then we have to pick a word of the episode. And of course, by we, I mean just Michael. It's his turn, because I do it all the time. We had today dial tone, dial up, dialysate, dialyze, dialysis, dialyze, dialyzer, diam, diamagnetic, diamante, diameter, diametric, diamide, diamine, and diammonium phosphate. Which one do you like? Or despise? I don't know.
It's a really close one between dial tone and dial up. And I think both of them are close to me because, as you mentioned earlier, they're a part of our childhoods. It makes me think of a time in which I had very few responsibilities and lots of happy memories. If I had to pick, I think my gut wants to say dial up just because of the internet, but I think in terms of things that I learned, I would say dial tone. So I'm going to go with dial tone, although it was a close race, and I would still recommend that everyone go to savethesounds.info, even though I have no affiliation with that website. It sounds like I do, but I'm just a big fan of old sounds.
You mean they're not paying you every time you say the website name?
Yeah, they're paying me in 56 kilobits of internet service, which in 2022 doesn't go far.
Nope, not worth it. Yeah, I agree. I think, dial tone, there's a lot of good information that you said, and yeah, it just sort of brings you back to your childhood if you are of a certain age, for sure.
Absolutely. And you can tune a guitar to it.
Yeah. Can you sing a song about dial tone? Or just sing the words dial tone?
That's a great point. Now, usually I'm a little bit tone deaf, but for you, Spencer, I will. Let's see here. Let me think.
You are dial tone deaf?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down. You're smelling what I'm cooking. All right, dial tone. Dial tone song about dial tones. Okay, hold on. When you're feeling kind of down and you need to call a friend, it's time to change your tone. Dial till the end. A dial tone is here to let you know to start. And if you listen long enough, it'll make its way right into your heart.
That was wonderful. I was kind of hoping it would end with the word fart, but I think you took it in a better direction.
Oh, I was thinking about it. I mean, as I was scrambling to write the lyrics in my mind as I was going, I was like, I could go fart, but you know what? I'm going to go cheesy, But I will say fart is appropriate, Spencer, because this podcast has been a real gas.
Ooh, yeah, that's a phrase that a lot of young kids don't understand whatsoever. It's a gas. This was fantastic. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you reaching out to me and bringing a wealth of knowledge to what would have been, just a terribly uninteresting podcast. So if
shush it, Spencer.
Where can people go to find your podcast if they want to contact you, find you, all those things?
Sure. So if you go to wherewegonext.fm, that's the website, or if you just go to your favorite podcast player, really anywhere podcasts are listened to, you can just look for Where We Go Next, and that's the name of the podcast. It's a blue background with white letters. And if you want to email me, reach out. You can either hit me up on Instagram at wwgnpodcast or wherewegopod@gmail.com.
Perfect. Yes, and I do highly recommend that people go check it out because you're going to learn a lot. There's a whole lot of different topics, and your friend Jay Shapiro, is that his name? I started listening to one of the recent ones with him, and I was like, oh wow, this is a fascinatingly deep conversation, and my brain can't understand a lot of the words you guys are using, but yeah, it's really, really fascinating. So go check out his podcast. I really appreciate everybody listening to this one, and I'm sure that you will hear Michael on this show again someday in the future. We'll find some other good set of words to talk about.
And Spencer, can I ask you one more question before I let you go?
Yes.
And you let me go?
Yeah, go for it.
So as you said, you've done over 1,400 episodes of the podcast, right? That's
close to 1,400, yeah.
Close to 1,400, which is just such a huge accomplishment. I mean, it's become a daily part of your life for years, and you're still only in the D's. So there's going to be thousands more episodes. I guess my question is in some ways, in ways unlike my own podcast, just because you're doing it so much, it's almost like a relationship or like having a living thing. It's like my dog who's sitting right next to me, Charlie, adorable little Charlie. I've had him for 4 years, right? Hopefully, if he lives long, he'll live to 15, right?
Yeah.
That's probably the length of your podcast. So I guess my question is, and maybe there's no way to know right now, but I really want to ask anyway, what will you do once you reach the end of the dictionary, and how do you think you'll feel?
Oh boy, yeah. I don't know. I mean, my early estimates were that this was going to take about 16 years. I'm thinking that's going to be at least 18 years when it's all said and done. Maybe even longer, depending on how things go. How am I going to feel? What am I going to do? I'm gonna take a nap probably. Honestly, I think I'm going to be really emotional, to be perfectly honest. When I get to the end, I have no idea how this is going to go, where this is going to lead to. But yeah, it's going to be also, it's probably going to be a huge weight lifted off my shoulders just because, like you said, it is a daily thing for me. I'm going to get to the end. I'm going to be a little relieved. I'm going to be a little sad, or a lot of both actually. And then, I was like, okay, what's the next project? Where do we go from here? Where do we go next?
Hey, nice tie-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it's almost going to feel, not to get too dark, but like a kind of death in a way, because it's already so incorporated into your life. Like it's a daily task. Like going to the gym or reading a book or something. I would not be surprised if after a week or two of rest after finishing the dictionary, you have a hankering for getting back into whatever you're going to podcast about, because it's just going to be like an old friend that you miss, you know?
Yeah, and I've always got other things going on. Like my wife and I are helping to produce a movie, and I have had another podcast which I'd love to get back into if I ever have the time. And there's always creative projects that are popping in my mind. So I'm sure that there will be other things that sort of come and go in the meantime. But yeah, I think when this is done, I'm going to need some other sort of bigger project to really sink my teeth into.
Bigger than the dictionary. Now that's ambitious.
Maybe not bigger, but similarly sized. Maybe not 18 to 20 years long, though.
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand that impulse. Well, Spencer, it's been really great being a guest on your show. I think you're doing something really fun and special here, and I think its uniqueness and the idiosyncratic nature of the podcast makes it something special. So again, thank you so much for having me on. It's been a blast being a guest.
I appreciate your kind words, and I think your podcast is fantastic too. And I'm definitely going to be listening to a lot more episodes because I just want to go learn some more stuff. That's what I've learned, is that I like learning, and this podcast and yours are definitely helping that. So thank you to Michael. Thank you to all the listeners, all 50 or 60 of them at this point. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. Yes, it's another one. We did it again. I hope you liked the previous episode. If you didn't hear it, first of all, you got to go back to the beginning of this whole dictionary journey and start there. And the previous episode had a guest, Michael Callahan, from the podcast Where We Go Next. I thought we had a really good time talking, and he brought up a ton of great information, and you should go check out his podcast where he gives you a whole bunch of other good information about just the widest ranges of topics. Okay. This episode is going to have some animals in it and some other things. Yeah, and also, we are starting with the shiniest of things, the hardest of things. It's the diamond. D-I-A-M-O-N-D, first form, noun from the 14th century. 1A, native crystalline carbon that is the hardest known mineral, that is usually nearly colorless, that when transparent and free from flaws is highly valued as a precious stone, and that is used industrially, especially as an abrasive. Also, a piece of this substance is diamond. That was a lot of information. Let's see. It's created from carbon, like what you get coal from, but when it's pressed down, there's all this pressure. It's way underground. There's all this material above it, and it's being pressed down by the gravity of the world, and it eventually turns into this shiny, hard stuff. I don't know how it's done. There was a great scene in The Adventures of Baron Munchausen from the 80s where I think the god Vulcan, he is portrayed as this like blacksmith kind of character, and he's very, very strong, and he takes a piece of coal and he squeezes it in his hand and he creates a diamond. So that's what it is. It's very, very hard, the hardest known mineral, and it's usually colorless, but sometimes there is some color, and that's one of the things when you're checking out a diamond. There's like the 4 C's: the color, the clarity, I can't remember the other ones. Why are you testing me on this? Free from flaws, sometimes, usually, and it's very precious, as we know. Everybody knows that that diamonds are everybody's favorite thing. Not necessarily. And they use this sometimes as an abrasive. Like, I don't know if it's in, there's like diamond-coated things where, because it's so hard, little pieces of it, you can use it like a sandpaper kind of thing, but more industrially than that. That's not the best way to describe it. My brain is still waking up. Shut up. So that was all 1A. 1B is going to be similar. This is crystallized carbon produced artificially. So I don't think cubic zirconium would be considered this, but there is the process. They can make this in the lab where if you take carbon, say, I don't know, the carbon from the ashes of somebody who has been cremated, they can take that carbon and do something to it to create diamonds from deceased people. So that's pretty cool. If you want to be a diamond when you die, you can do that. Number 2, something that resembles a diamond, as in brilliance, value, or fine quality. So if it's very fine, it has a lot of value, and it is very brilliant, you could call it a diamond. Like this podcast is a diamond in the rough. 3, a square or rhombus-shaped figure, usually oriented with the long diagonal vertical. I don't know how the rhombus what? Yeah. So I think of a like a kite. Yeah, I think a kite is diamond shaped because I guess the long diagonal is vertical. Yeah, because it's there's a short diagonal and a long diagonal. It's like a cross, and then the shape is. I'm trying to describe visually, orally. How do you describe what this shape is? It's like a rectangle that's sort of been like tilted on its side. No, that's not the way. It's been canted. It's been, the top part has been like shifted over to one side, and so it creates this. It's like two triangles stacked on top of each other. Ugh, I'm doing a terrible job at this. Maybe we should post a picture on the social media of a diamond shape. Let's see. Number 4A, a playing card marked with a stylized figure of a red diamond. And that's the same shape that we just talked about for number 4. But what's funny is that these are not shaped like the diamonds that we think of, like the gem. It's just it's the hat with the hat underneath. It's the pointy. It's just a diamond. We all know what a diamond shape is. For B, this would be plural sometimes. The suit comprising cards marked with diamonds. So the card itself that has the red diamond on it can be a diamond, but also just the suit of diamonds is called diamond or diamonds. It's the diamonds. Number 5, a baseball infield, and then also the entire playing field. And that's because it's shaped kind of like a diamond. I mean, I think it's maybe a square, but maybe it's more diamond shaped because you don't think of it as a square. You think of it as a point where home plate is, and then it sort of goes up in a diamond shape from there to first base, to second base, to third base. But then, yeah, the whole playing field is also kind of diamond shaped. Let's see. This is from Latin. The Latin word adamas, which means hardest metal or diamond, and I guess that's also a Greek word. So it was adamas, and then it became diamas, that's lower Latin, and then Middle French, diamond, and then, then to Middle English, and then to English. So, it's just this super hard material that has a triangular rhombus-y shape thing. We'll have to post a picture of just shiny diamonds on social media as well. Anything else about those things? Not that I can think of. Are diamonds a girl's best friend? Maybe some girls, but that's kind of a dated statement now. Oh, the sound effect that we're going to do today is going to be shh. The second form of diamond is a transitive verb from 1751, and this is to adorn with or as if with diamonds. If you're putting diamonds on a thing, maybe maybe your watch has diamonds on it. It has been diamonded. Diamond your watch. The third form of diamond is an adjective from 1872 of relating to or being a 60th or 75th anniversary or its celebration, as in Diamond Jubilee. So, not too long ago, before she passed away, Queen Elizabeth celebrated her Diamond Jubilee because she was the queen for 75 years. And I don't know how long she ended up reigning for. I don't know what, was it like 77, 78, 79? I don't know if she hit 80. But I guess for like a wedding anniversary, I think the traditional gift, the traditional thing for a 60th anniversary is diamond. But there are more modern gifts for those wedding anniversaries, so I don't know if 60 is still diamond or if it's something else. Ooh, if I were to hit 60 years, if Sharon and I hit 60 years, we would be dead. We got married late because we were both married before. So we were in our 30s. So yeah, we would be in our 90s if we hit 60. That would be awesome. The next word, diamondback. One word, adjective from 1887, having marks like diamonds or lozenges on the back. I've never heard lozenges be described that way. Diamondback, I think this is like a snake. We do have a couple more diamondback things. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to post some pictures of these next few things because, well, first of all, it's fun to see them. We have different animals, and the shape, the marks, the shapes of the marks on their back are either diamonds or lozenges. They're like kind of squares with maybe curved edges or curved corners or angled corners, but so they can be sort of between a lozenge, which I don't understand why we're using that word to describe that shape, or diamonds. Diamonds or lozenges on the back. The next word, diamondback moth. Two words, noun from 1891, a nearly cosmopolitan moth whose larva is a pest on cruciferous plants. And this is from the family Plutelidae, and the species name is Plutella xylostella. And that second word starts with an X. It doesn't say why it's diamondback, but I have to assume that the shape of the marks on its back are diamonds or lozenges. So yeah, we'll post a picture. The next word, diamondback rattlesnake, which might make a sound like noun from 1894, either of two large and deadly rattlesnakes. And the let's see, we have species names. So the one of the southeastern U.S. and the southeastern U.S. is Crotalus adamantius. Crotalus adamantius, and that's interesting because adamantius is oh boy, I'm learning something. So okay, I'll come back to that. So that is from the Latin word adamas, which is hardest metal or diamond, which we learned in the etymology for the word diamond. And I am now realizing that the metal that goes on Wolverine's, is on Wolverine's skeleton is adamantium because it means hardest metal or diamond. I never knew. I was like, why is it called adamantium? Well, now we know. It's from Latin. There is another species of this diamondback rattlesnake, which is of the south central and southwestern U.S. and Mexico, and that is called Crotalus atrox. Crotalus atrox. This rattlesnake is also just called diamondback or diamondback rattler. That's with 2 T's. And it goes... The next word is diamondback terrapin. 2 words, noun from 1887. Any of several terrapins, formerly widely distributed in salt marshes along the Atlantic and Gulf coasts, but now much restricted. Who is restricting them? So the genus name is Malaclemes, and this is a kind of turtle. It shows a picture, actually, of this diamondback terrapin. It looks like it probably lives in the salt marshes, so it goes between the water and the land. And the shape of these marks on its back, on its shell, these mostly do look lozenge-shaped. That's hard to say. Lozenge-shaped. They just sort of fit together. Their corners are sort of edged. They're curved. They're angled. And, obviously we're going to post a picture of one of these too. It's funny, though, because I think, at least for this guy, this little diamondback terrapin, they're not shaped like diamonds, at least not most of them. And so, I mean, maybe it was just weird to say lozenge-back terrapin. Nobody would want to say that. Diamondback sounds so much more fancy and interesting. Ooh, what does a diamondback terrapin look like? The next word, diamondiferous. Diamondiferous. Adjective from 1870, containing diamonds, as in diamondiferous earth. Our earth does contain diamonds because they're always being created by the pressure of the carbon. So we're a diamondiferous earth. That's what my mouth doesn't want to work. Also, I burned my tongue recently, and I think that might be affecting how I talk a little bit. Diamondiferous earth. The next word. It's a phrase, diamond in the rough. 4 words from 1785. One having exceptional qualities or potential, but lacking refinement or polish. This podcast is definitely a diamond in the rough because it has exceptional qualities. Clearly, everything I say is exceptional. The quality of the material that I'm talking about, either what I'm reading or what I'm saying, is just top notch. It is sparkly and beautiful and fancy and diamondiferous, but it is lacking some refinement or polish. Sorry about that. That's just how it is right now. Maybe someday it won't be so rough. The next word, there's no more diamond words. We have finished all the diamond words. We are moving on to Diana, with a capital D. Noun from the 13th century, an ancient Italian goddess of the forest and of childbirth, who was identified with Artemis by the Romans. I don't understand what identified means here. Identified with Artemis? I don't know what that is. Goddess of the forest. That sounds like a great thing to be the goddess of. You just get to hang out in the forest all day. And then I guess bear childs. That's Diana. Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes so you can learn more about Diana and then probably Artemis. The next word, dianthus. Dianthus. Noun from circa 1766. The synonym is just the number 1 definition for the second form of pink, P-I-N-K. So, I mean, I would assume it's related to the color pink, but maybe not. What we can say, though, is this is from the Greek word dios, D-I-O-S, which means heavenly. And then they added the word anthos, which means flower. So it's like heavenly flower. Dios and anthos make dianthus. There is more at the words deity and anthology. Anthology? That's related to flower? So, yeah, it must be some sort of flower that's pink, I guess. The next word. Diapason. Diapason or diapason. Yeah, that's how you say it. Diapason. Noun from circa 1501. 1a. A burst of sound, as in diapasons of laughter. If I laugh, ha 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 ha, that is a diapason. A burst of sound, I mean, I guess like an explosion, a gunshot, a firework, that would all be a burst of sound. 1b, the principal foundation stop in the organ extending through the complete range of the instrument. So it's something about organs. I know they have stops and things, but I don't fully know or remember what that is exactly. It's not the pipe, it's a thing, it's like a button. It's like a button on the organ, I think. Is that the stop? The principal foundation stop. So it's like a bass stop, the foundation stop. And it goes through the whole range of the instrument. Yeah, not exactly sure what that means. Organ people, let me know what this is. Diapason. 1C1 is the entire compass of musical tones. So all of the musical tones is the diapason? This is a fascinating word. How have I never heard this before? I did music. The entire compass of musical tones is the diapason. Now, are these the pitches from the low pitches to the high pitches? Or are these all the different sounds that can be created from, like a big full bass sound to like a brassy sound to a woodwind sound? And you can create all of those sounds on an organ to an extent. So that must be maybe. What's 1C2? The synonyms are range and scope, as in registers the full diapason of her responses. And that is from Mindy Aloff. Aloff. I don't know. Mindy Aloff. The full diapasons of her responses, it's the range, the scope. It's all the things from the beginning to the end, and everything in between is the diapason. 2a, the synonym is a tuning fork. A tuning fork is a diapason? Wow, how have I not heard this one before? 2b, a standard of pitch. Okay, so a tuning fork has one pitch. There's lots of different tuning forks at lots of different pitches. Big forks and little forks. And so a standard of pitch is a diapason. I'm not sure how you would use that necessarily in context or in a sentence. There's lots of pitch standards. I mean, 440 hertz is kind of a standard. It's an A, but I think some people like to use a different standard of pitch, which I guess you call it a diapason. But where does this word come from? It is from Greek. Oh, there's a lot of information here. From Greek, it starts with he in parentheses, and then it says diapason, 2 words, so it's the same thing. And that means, there's another section in parentheses which says cordon symphonia. And so this whole thing literally means the concord through all the notes. So yeah, all the notes from beginning to end is the diapason. So that is from dia, which means through, which we learned a number of episodes ago. And then pason, maybe that's how you say it, is the feminine plural of pas or pass, which means all. So it's just through all the stuff, through all. That's it. It doesn't have to be about music or tones or pitches. It's just all this stuff. And there's more at the prefix dia and the prefix pan, P-A-N. Ah, yes, pan. Like pan, I'm trying to think of a word that starts with pan. Anytime you put pan in front of a word, it kind of means just all the things, everything. Pandemic. A pandemic is a problem throughout the whole world. Okay, diapason, good word. Next word. Diapause. Diapause. It's like you play and pause. It's that pause. It's not the pause on a dog. It's the pause that's the opposite of play. Noun from 1893, a period of physiologically enforced dormancy between periods of activity. So, what is pausing? Physiologically enforced dormancy. So you're something in a body, a living thing probably, is being paused. Between periods of activity. And maybe this is probably like when an animal goes to hibernate. I think this would be considered a diapause because they are they have period of activity through most of the year or half of the year, and then their body is going to go into a dormancy. It's going to go sleep for a while, and the body, it does some weird things. It can do this for a while. This is from the Greek diapedesis, which means pause, from diapauin, which means to pause, from dia plus pauin, which means to stop. And then I guess dia, the dia prefix here, probably means across or through. So it's through a section of time your body is pausing. The next word, diapausing, adjective from 1944, undergoing diapause. So a bear, when it gets to, the fall, the winter, it's like, oh boy, I am so tired. I need to go. I think I feel a diapausing coming on. Let's go diapause. I'm going to take my pause and I'm going to walk myself into my den and we're going to do a diapause with my pause. Okay, the last word in this episode is diapedesis. 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 Noun from 1625, the passage of blood cells through capillary walls into the tissues. And this, I wonder if this is related to like dialysis and stuff, because it's about things going through like membranes, the passage of blood cells through capillary walls into the tissue. So this is what happens when your blood is the thing that carries all the stuff through the body, the oxygen and the nutrients and all those other things. And when it gets to, I guess, the capillaries, that material, the blood cells specifically, they pass through the walls of the capillaries so they can go into the tissues, the muscles, the ligaments, the whatever it is. And so that process is called diapedesis. Why is it called that? Because it is from the Greek word diapedesis, which literally means act of leaping through. Act of leaping through. From diapedon, which means to leap through, from dia plus pedon, which means to leap. So I just imagine little blood cells leaping over a hurdle. Maybe they're running the hurdle race, leaping over hurdles, which they're going through the walls. It kind of feels like you're going from one dimension to another dimension. Leaping, the act of leaping through this dimension to another dimension. So that was diapedesis. I really liked a lot of the words in this episode. There was some good stuff here. I learned some really fascinating things. Okay, so we talked about that, so now we have to reread the words and then sing a little song about the word of the episode, which we don't know what it's going to be yet. We had diamond, 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 diamondback, diamondback moth, diamondback rattlesnake, diamondback terrapin, diamondiferous, diamond in the rough, Diana, dianthus, diapason, diapause, diapausing, and diapedesis. Well, yeah, as I said, there were some fantastic words here. I mean, somebody else might pick diamond, somebody who loves the gems, the sparklies, the things that are diamante, they might pick diamond. Anybody who loves animals might pick a terrapin, a rattlesnake, or a moth. I do love animals, but, I'll put them on the social media at dictionarypod. But I think, and diamondiferous is just a fantastic word that we might need to figure out how to say backwards someday. Diamondiferous suraphinamayad. Diamondiferous. I don't know. That was off the top of my head. It was pretty crappy, I think. But I am going to pick diapason as the word of the episode because it's just all the things, all the notes, all of the stuff, especially music related. I don't know. I just find this like a fascinating word that I've never heard before. So I guess my song will be something like diapason, because I went through all the frequencies that my voice could make, kind of. Okay, that's going to be the end of this episode. I don't really think I have anything else to say other than that, so let's just keep on chugging through these episodes, and you keep on listening and sharing this and subscribing it and doing all those things, so more people can learn about this podcast and they can have fun listening to it. And there will be more guests coming up, I promise you. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.